Let's get my pages out here. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our third and hopefully final special budget meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'll start with the playing of our national anthem and our Aboriginal land acknowledgement. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded, and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if there is any member of council has a pecuniary interest to declare in today's proceedings. All right, hearing none. Let the record show that. None declared. Our first item of business then should be to get an agenda. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, that the agenda be adopted as presented?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb moves, Councillor Bray seconds. Any discussion on the agenda? All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor, please just say your name.
Councillor Woods,
Councillor
yes.
Bray. Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Mayor Conry, yes. Okay. The next item would be to move into committee of the whole so that we can have discussion on this report without having to have a specific motion on the floor. So could I get a mover and seconder, please, to move into committee of the whole?
I'll move.
Thank you. Councillor Woods, seconded.
I'll second.
Councillor Lamb, thank you. All those in favor?
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Nash, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Mayor Conry, yes. And it is now 10:09, according to my computer. And we are in committee of the whole. So what we're here today, of course, is to take a look at the changes that have been made to the draft budget since our last meeting on, I guess it was February 11th. So I'm proposing that what we would do is ask our treasurer to lead us through the documents in the package that we have, which cover the changes that have been made, and we can discuss those, see where we are. I would also just mention that we have two additional items that have come up, budget items that have really come up in the last few days that we need to talk about. The first one is an item that you're aware of it in regards to maintenance of the McDougall section of the Bunny Trail. And the second one is the request that we received recently from Belvedere Heights for the return of that $42,000 that was that we received back from them a couple of years ago now, actually. So
But
I think we
council's
can.
made
I
a,
think we can talk about those when we finish the package we have, and then we could also see if, and then finally we will see if we're ready to bring this to the public meeting to approve the budget when that the appropriate time to do that would be. So that's kind of what we have on our plate for this morning, and
But
I'm
you, Mr.
hopeful
Mayor,
that we can conclude it in that time.
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we already made a decision on Belvedere Heights, and that's been already communicated to them.
That was last year, though, right? Or wasn't it?
Well, it was, yeah, in 2025, but there was nothing in there to say bring it back in 2026. Like, we made a decision on it, so
Well, we've had another polite request for the money, and I think we should talk about it at least. Because we need to respond to the request, right? And
okay.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, Councillor Nash.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just going to say I totally would support what Councillor Lamb just said there. We've already talked about this. Why would we waste more time? We already passed a motion that said we're not giving the money back. There's no need to rehash it. We're not reintroducing that motion. It would just be for staff to send back the same motion we had before, right? It's not up for debate
Yeah.
anymore. We've already passed it. It's finished. There is nothing
Well,
to talk about.
all right. I wish to bring it up at the end. No, there's something else I need to remind you about the item. So we'll do it at the end after we finish. Jessica, sorry, I should have just for the record introduced everybody. I take it for granted because, well, I do see one one member of the public on the call. So I apologize. Just to begin, before we start, we do have all of our members of council online. This is a Zoom only meeting today, so I have Councillor Joe Lamb, Councillor Janice Bray, Councillor Brian Woods, and Councillor Scott Nash, and I'm Mayor George Comrie. We also have several members of our staff here. We have our CAO clerk, Nigel Black, our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. We have our treasurer, Jessica Sinkowski. We have our fire chief, Bob Whitman, and we have our manager of public works, Mike Huggins. And I don't think I've missed anybody. Looked like we temporarily had a member of the public, but I see they've seemed to have disappeared from the participants list. So in any case, that's who we have online for this meeting today. And Um, Now, Jessica, if you would like to lead us through the package you prepared for us, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie. Can everyone see my screen?
Yep.
The bit
Okay.
small.
I can.
Okay, perfect. Through your worship, I thought we could just go through the attachments that were included along with the report. So the first attachment is a summary of the changes that council had made over the last two budget meetings. So we have the increase in donations for the school board. We have 5,000 for septic initiatives, an increase for the police services board levy, increased maintenance for Maple Island Park. That was to add porta potties and do some additional work. Adjustment for our helipad insurance, as well as the Belvedere levy. An increased contribution to the asset management reserve, the addition of water testing, and a slight reduction in the thrift shop budget. And then for capital, we removed the project.
Oh, go ahead.
For capital, we removed the project for Maple Island and we redirected those funds to gravel resurfacing. We've identified gravel resurfacing projects and moved that from operating to capital. We left a small amount of 35,000 in operating for gravel patching and maintenance. We investigated an ice resurfacer, partially funded from Parkland. So we have a project sheet, we can go through that. Council had asked for a placeholder from Parkland dedication for access points at Dubois, Snakeskin, and Beach Road. However, because of the ice resurfacer project, we don't have enough money in Parkland to continue with those projects this year. So what staff are proposing is that we would do some more investigation throughout the year, see where our Parkland funds are at the end of 2026, and then determine what we can include for 2027. And then we just had some minor housekeeping items, moving some things around.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Jessica, if I might.
Councillor Lamb, did you have something you wanted to direct?
Councillor Nash, go first, and I'll go second.
All right. Thank Councillor Nash. Then go ahead.
Thank you, Jessica. I guess for the ice resurfacer, I know we'll get into that as we go through it in a little bit further, as there's a holder for that. But the access points at Dubois, Snake, Skinner, Beach Road, depending on how we do the ice surfacer, we still might have room to do stuff under the for these other boat launches. It's just a comment, really. And I guess when I was looking at other municipalities, and I know this is the first year that you as the new treasurer are doing the budget, but I guess, if it was, say a municipality in other districts, it might be, if it was in Durham, you'd have, say, the municipality or the town of Whitby's tax rate, and then the Durham regional tax rate. So they blend them together. But nowhere have I seen before, and I know this is something that you've inherited, but nowhere do I actually see something that normally says, this is our tax rate, and this is our tax rate adjusted for the school board. So I'm wondering why we define that, because if we define the school board one, why wouldn't we define ones like OPP, which is a huge part of our budget? Why have we decided to say we're going to take the school board item out and talk about it differently in our tax rates than something that's really big like OPP budget, instead of just saying our tax rate is 3% this year, it's 4% this year? Why do we go and say it's different because of the school board tax rate, which is always the same at 0.0153, I think. And if we do that, maybe why don't we look at it like that with OPP or other things that are constantly changing that are levies? That's my question for next year, maybe, to think about it.
Through your worship, thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. Traditionally, from my understanding, this is the way that municipalities presented. It's the way it was presented at the past two municipalities I worked for. It's because the education rate is external to us. It's set by the province, but it essentially builds in with our with our tax rate, and that's what gets charged to the taxpayer based on their assessment value. So it is important to present it to your tax base so that they understand what the impact is to them bottom line. The reason that you wouldn't determine a rate for policing or any other levy is because it just forms part of our budget. So we just have a blended municipal rate that includes all of those things.
Okay, so it's standard operating procedures, we'll call it, that all municipalities talk about the school rate separate to the overall budget. So if I saw Toronto's budget, I'm going to see this is Toronto's budget, this is Toronto's budget before the school board rates, and this is Toronto's budget after the school board rates.
Well, I can't speak specifically for Toronto, but if they're not presenting it separately, then it's built into the rate that they're providing.
Right. So my question is, why are we presenting it separately here? And just because we do something one way doesn't mean it's the right or wrong way to do it. So for here, I'm asking, why do we do it like that when many other municipalities don't do it like that?
Because it does factor into the rate that gets applied against its assessment value. So you have to add our municipal tax rate plus the school board tax rate to come up with a blended rate that gets applied against an assessment value.
Right. So
They are in fact separate line items on the tax bill.
Yes, they are.
They are in Toronto too.
yeah, it's just I fully understand that. It's just I think we do disjustice to ourselves because it's almost like we say, this is our rate, but it's really this, but it's really that. It's like, it's very untransparent because we try and make it look like it's more or less because we talk about the school board tax rate. But if you went to Perry Sound, you don't see them constantly saying, this is our tax rate before the school rate, this is a tax board after. If you go to McKellar, you don't see it. We do it, but many other municipalities that I can find in the area don't decipher them differently. It's just, it is what it is. This is your tax rate. It's X, 4%, which is inclusive of the school board.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, we do the same thing, Scott. We call it a blended rate or something, right? When we communicate through our newsletter, et cetera, we use, with the education board in there. Like we say, it's 2.84% is your tax increase, right? Because quite frankly, people look at their bill and they don't go into detail and say, oh, that's the municipality went up this and the education brought it down and over. They don't go. They look and say, I paid $100 last year and I'm paying 101 this year. That's a 1% increase, right? That's how people look at it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's exactly what I'm agreeing with you, Councillor Lamb, exactly what you're saying. But we take so much time to talk about them as separate numbers when everybody that looks at it just look at it as the final number. So that's exactly what I'm trying to say. I don't know why we put so much effort into saying the two different numbers all the time instead of just talking about the blended rate. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lamb, did you have?
I agree with
question?
what Councillor Nash said about the Dubois and Snakeskin and Beach Road. I think the Zamboni the ice surfacer, resurfacer, at what was it, 145 or 165, something like that, I think is too much money, and I think we can find some money in there. But am I correct in saying that any of the monies that are being used for the ice resurfacer or Dubois and the rest of them are all parkland, all coming out of parkland dedication, Jessica?
Through your worship, no.
None of that money is coming from the tax levy, right?
Not from the tax levy, no, but there's a portion coming from the funding stabilization reserve because we don't have enough funds in parkland to cover 100% of a resurfacer and a storage facility.
How much is coming out of stabilization for the ice resurfacer? Is that basically it, or?
It's 45,000 from the funding stabilization reserve
To cover to cover part of the 145.
Correct. And 100,000 from Parkland.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and if
Park.
we're, sorry, Mr. Counselor Lamb, if we're on the ice officer, could we talk about that item now to get it finished with?
Well, I haven't finished my questions on this page. so-
Yeah, can you just, we'll get to it.
Well, isn't it mentioned coming up, isn't it? Or is it mentioned here on this page?
Well, it's further on in our treasurer's report, that's all. And the details, if you want to talk about the details of it, I think.
Well, anyway, let me finish my questions on this. I don't care whether we talk about it now or whatever. My other question was assessment growth adjustment down 7,000. Is that because you got final figures or something from Impact or?
No, it increased. That's an increase in the assessment growth. And we talked about that at the first meeting back at the beginning of February. So yes, we got adjusted numbers from Opta. So that actually reduced our net increase.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's good. Increase in donations, $10,000. What's that for?
That was for the donations for
school.
the school board.
I didn't think we were going to call it a donation. One of the problems is I think if you look at and I may be wrong, but if you look at the donation policy, it says we don't give to churches or schools. So unless we're going to change our policy with respect to that, and I thought Councillor Woods and Councillor Nash said, well, it should be in a separate account. Did I hear that right? And secondly, on that, we were going to ask the school to say, and again, I'm supportive of this, but we're going to ask the school, what they would use that for, ask the principal. And maybe that's coming March meeting or something. Could you comment on those two things, Jessica?
So through your worship, you want that put into a separate account outside of council donations?
Well, I don't know. I'm okay with it going in donations, but you have to change the donation policy. You just can't say, well, we're just going to ignore it.
The policy says that you won't fund school board initiatives that are funded from school taxes. So if they can prove that they're going to use the money for another initiative that they're not including in their base budget, then I would say it would comply with the policy. So staff had recommended that the school board submit an application similar to any other organization.
Okay, as long as that's occurring, then it's okay to put it in 10,000 into donations, right?
Correct.
Okay, well, I've made my point, I think. And that's all I have on that page. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Do you want to continue, Jessica? Or sorry, are there other questions on what's been presented so far?
Just a really quick comment through you, Mr. Mayor. The water testing for $10,000. Jessica, maybe when it comes back, just make sure people are understanding that's like lake water testing, not just water testing as in
Yeah, good point.
Drinking water.
drinking water. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think we should just add that wherever it goes in the budget, that's lake water quality testing. Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, the environmental committee is suggesting that be a professional doing that, right? That's not citizens doing it.
Through you.
You're muted, Councillor Nash.
Sorry about that. This would have nothing to do with the environmental committee. This would be a municipal endeavor to put out an RFP for water quality testing. And as have been said many times before, it's nothing to do with the environmental stewardship committee, but water quality testing is important that's done by volunteers. or done by others, done by a lake association or a road association or a member of the public or through the lake partners. However, it's been talked about that in order for us as a municipality to have our own data that we can use for official plans and we can use for zoning bylaws, that it's really important that the municipality engage a ecologist or a consultant that specializes in the water quality testing so they can verify the quality of the lakes, and they could then go and refer back to some other data from other people or other entities, but they would have their own data, which is similar to what the MNR would do as well. That you can rely on some data from volunteers and things, but you need to set a baseline yourselves as a starting point. So, yeah, hopefully that answers it.
Okay, thank you. If do you want to proceed, please, Madam Treasurer?
So just on the next page in your package is a tax impact analysis. So basically we have 3 columns showing what was in the original budget package circulated to council late January, beginning of February, some staff changes that were made prior to the meeting, and then what changes were made at the meeting. So we're currently sitting at a 3.57% increase in the municipal rate, and after education taxes, that's 2.84%. And then I guess next we can go through the capital.
I have a question on this page. So the 106, through you, Mr. Mayor, the 168, that's the average assessment in Whitestone?
Correct.
Wow, that surprises me. Okay. And the stabilization tax on this page, tax from stabilization. So we used 100 grand, right, of the 184?
Correct. We had recommended applying $100,000 towards the capital projects for this year. In addition, we have added 45,000 for the ice resurfacer project. But
so of the 184 surplus from last year, we've allocated 145,000.
Correct. And there's an updated reserve schedule, so we can review that in a few pages.
Yeah. And
okay, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
if I might, if you're done there, Councillor Lamb. So what I'm seeing here, Jessica, is before we didn't want to use more than 100,000 out of our reserves, or the stabilization fund, but because of an initiative that we talked about for Zamboni, which in my humble opinion is blowing way out of the water from a simple Zamboni to a couple $100,000 endeavor. As to why, I'll comment on later. But we're now pulling out another 40,000 out of the stabilization fund, which we'd said we shouldn't really go over 100 because we should leave some of it in previous meetings. And if anything, it should just be a further tax increase in my eyes, and not pulling out of our strategic reserve more, stealing from Peter to pay Paul, I'll call it, as I often say, to make our numbers look good at a modest or very modest 3% increase. We're going to pull from more money from reserves than finding a way to do it, maybe with a little bit more tax increase. I just don't agree with it, don't understand it.
Through your worship, thank you for your question, Councillor Nash. That is up to council, and we were going to present that project, how we have proposed funding it, and council is free to make changes to that funding decision. We were trying to operate within the limits that council had previously communicated, which was that you wanted a tax increase of around 3%. So we didn't want to add additional levy funding for the resurfacer project, because that would have resulted in another 1% increase to the tax rate.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. But just for the record, not all counselors had said a 3%. I think some had said 3.5. I'd said 4. Counselor Lamb had said 3, but we're sticking to the 3%, which isn't what the majority of council had said, just for the record. Thank you.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to get into a debate on this. I have my own opinions on the overall tax rate but I don't think right now is the time to get into a long debate on that.
Mm.
I will at some
Thank you.
point during
Yeah.
the meeting. I don't know whether it's at the end or.
Yeah, I
But-
think we should come back to that at the end.
Probably when we get to the ice resurfacer, that's
Yeah, yeah.
when I'll talk to what I feel about the overall increase. So thank you.
Right. So, more questions on this impact analysis, or can we go on to the next page? Sounds like that capital budget then.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to walk through a few changes that were made since the last meeting, the gravel to hardtop for Maple Island was removed. That was going to be funded with OSIF. So what we've done is added that OSIF funding along with moved some levy funding from operating to do the gravel resurfacing. So we have $170,000 added for gravel, and we have a project sheet with the projects that the Public Works Manager has proposed. In addition, we added the ice resurfacer and shed for $145,000, and as previously noted, that's funded from a mix of the parkland dedication and the funding stabilization reserve. The intention of using the funding stabilization reserve also is that those funds are meant for council initiatives like this. So that's why we thought it was an appropriate funding source rather than increasing the levy, as I previously noted. And then at the bottom of the page, you'll just see some changes in our funding sources. Important to note the tax levy, that is an increase over the last draft, but that's from moving the levy funds from operating for the gravel project. So it's really no net impact. And then we've increased our transfers from the Parkland Dedication Reserve to cover the other portion of that ice resurfacer project. So if there's no questions on the overall summary, I thought we could move to the project sheets for those 2 additional projects.
Well, I have a question on this page through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Question. First of all, the up at the top, the recreation playground project, $10,000. I thought we had identified, or I thought the mayor had said that the recreation committee would certainly use that money because that $10,000 been sitting there for 2 years with an undefined project, and that $10,000 would go towards the ice resurfacer, right? So have we double counted there? If I've got that right, so the one shouldn't be 145 plus 10; it should be 145 minus 10, so it would become 135. Is that fair ball?
Through your worship, that's not the way I understood it. There was no direction to remove that project. So
they were going to contribute that to it. My point is we're double counting. I think the $10,000, I think the recreation committee would applaud the ice resurfacer and be more than happy to contribute that $10,000 project to that area.
Yeah, and through
Well, just
hold on. I'm asking the mayor that, really. Thank you.
yeah, first of all, the recreation committee is very, very supportive of the ice resurfacer. Let's be clear about that. That $10,000 though was all along was intended to support some additions to the the beach area, the beach and playground area in Dunchurch. That was the original concept. There was a plan to add some swings, which are requested by parents with young children from fairly often. This comes up. There was a suggestion that there could be an additional umbrella erected at the beach, which again, you're talking a couple $1,000 for each of those. And then I thought there were also some suggestions about things that might be needed to improvements that might be needed at the baseball diamond or the commons or so on. So I don't think that I mean, the recreation committee never discussed saying, "Oh no, we won't do any of those other things. We'll put all that $10,000 towards the ice resurfacer." But I mean, if if there isn't sufficient money to do the resurfacer without that, then I guess as long as council understands that we won't be putting another umbrella at the beach, and we won't be putting swings and things of that sort,
But through you, Mr. Mayor, when the Recreation Committee comes and their budget basically got passed, and this is sitting there for 10 for 2 years, like I think in their budget they ought to say, here's what we want to do with our $10,000. Right? We want to get an umbrella. We want to this. We got so council understands it. Not here. There's 10 grand. Go and suddenly we'll find an umbrella at the beach and go, where'd that come from? Right? And I think they just owe it to council to say, here's what we're going to spend the 10 grand on. Right? And again, I thought maybe I misunderstood what you said at the last meeting, but I thought it was that could be used. But if it can't be used, then at least come back and tell us what what you're going to use it for. We're asking the school. The library comes with a really detailed assessment of exactly what they're going to spend everything on, right? So I think the Recreation Committee owes it to council to come forward on that. But if we can't save $10,000 there,
And through
I guess we can't. So
through you, Mr. Mayor, if you're done, Councillor Lamb.
I'm done on that point. I have other
Perfect.
points on the page.
I believe you're correct, Mr. Mayor. I think Councillor Lamb, you'd suggested possibly an umbrella at the last meeting, which I think all of us had said that would be a good idea for that part of that $10,000. And I thought based on the way the discussion had gone that, yeah, there'd be an umbrella or maybe another bench or something, but certainly umbrella. The bench is just me saying that. And then because of the discussion at the baseball diamonds and the baseball league somebody's wanting to start, and our discussion about the commons and some missing items there, that's what I had thought it had led into, that the recreation committee would probably be going forward with matching one of those umbrellas, which I'm sure are probably closer to $5,000 for that red one that we have there now, and finding out some items for the other two areas. But certainly I would hope that, as you had said, Councillor Lamb, that the Recreation Committee will come back to us and say, here's what we're going to be spending that $10,000 on. Here's the 1, 2, or 3 little projects we could do. And I really do hope that that money could be spent through you, Mr. Mayor, this year and not deferred to another year. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, God, for that explanation. I guess I got it wrong. So my next item on this page is the replacement of the half-ton pickup truck. So how much at $70,000? Is this all coming out of reserves, or is it some of that coming out of the tax revenue or the tax levy?
Through your worship, that's coming from the asset management reserve.
All of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So anything more? I thought Councillor Nash had brought up several times the idea, maybe Councillor Woods also, about leasing. And you had answered, no matter whether we lease or whatever, it really doesn't affect anything, or explain that to me. And where do we sit with this leasing option, or was it dismissed? I don't know how we ended up with that.
Through your worship, the CAO had advised that when we go for RFP, we will ask for lease options.
Okay, and if we lease, where does that come out of? Where do the lease payments come out of? Operating?
Correct.
Does it come out of the asset management plan?
It would come out of operating. So we would, if we decide to go with the lease option, we would likely have to process some type of budget amendment at that time.
Okay, it would come back to council to make an amendment and a decision.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. My last question, I think. No, there's another one down at the bottom. But now we come up with the ice resurfacer and shed. Can I talk on this now? Through you, Mr. Mayor, am I okay to talk?
Well, it sounds like people are determined to talk about, it's a slightly out of order, but I guess.
Well, I think
It's,
some
it's,
people,
it's there's one other project, but we go ahead with this one and.
yeah, okay, so,
Then
so,
we'll put out.
okay, I agree with through you, with Counselor Nash, that we took a muffin and made this into a meal. We went from, we should get some sort of used ice resurfacer. I gave to Nigel the name of another company, a Canadian company. Zamboni is an American company, but a little one, and then it was kind of a little tractor and or whatever. Now we've morphed it into a shed. I think the shed is $65,000. And I'm just going to use my example. I have a 12 by 28 foot shed that was brought in here by a truck. It's got a metal roof. It can be sided. You can put doors and windows and whatever, fancy it up if we want to make it, more attractive. And I paid $15,000 5 years ago. It's now about $22,000. You bring it in and you put it on some pads, and there's no reason in and I'm not a mechanical person or an estimator, but I see no reason that we couldn't do that, and for $25,000 get a shed versus $65,000, and this is coming out of the tax levy, and or a lot of it is. So I just don't get that it's going to cost us that amount of money, and that we don't need a full Zamboni. Anyway, I'm really perplexed as to how this thing morphed into $145,000 expenditure. So I don't know. You don't need an explanation, but I think you're going to hear that from other counselors, is my guess.
Could we just let our public works manager, I'm assuming he's the one who worked up these numbers, give us an explanation of why it is what we have in front of us?
Through you, your worship. The costs are, shed was put in there just to house it, to house everything to do with it, like the shovels, the hot water tank, anything that we're going to need for that unit. It would just put in there so that we know what the cost would be if we were to do it properly, like to an extent. And $65,000 for the ice resurfacer is the cost of a new tractor mounted with a 40 horse tractor, because we'd have to purchase both. The chances of finding a used tractor mounted is slim right now. A lot of these smaller communities are taking them right up. So the price that was put in there was just for new equipment, and the building that would house everything bigger. So it's not like going back in a year or two thinking that we should have built it a little bit bigger.
Could you not use, sorry to interrupt you, but could you not use a sea container too and paint it and fancy it up and all that kind of stuff for far less than that?
The only problem with the sea container is being able to have it big enough to house everything and be insulated, just because of the water issue. Now, if we were to go without the building, we just have to keep it in a different building like the original plan was. But it's just drive across any kind of parking lot with sand on it, we're going to have to wash the wheels, which the Dundome isn't set up with a drainage grate type thing as you enter the arena.
That's fairable. That's fairable.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might, are you done, Councillor Lamb?
I am, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I know this was an idea that that I brought up about the Zamboni, and I like Councillor Lamb's analogy about the muffin into a full breakfast. It's a good analogy. I haven't heard that one before, but I like it. Um, when I'd looked at this and I'd read, I'd heard a lot from the public about, unfortunately, how the quality of our ice surface over the last number of years has been going down and down and down and down. And we used to have a volunteer or a staff member that used to do it. We used to have some form of a homemade Zamboni that got thrown out. And since then, the quality has been going down and down and down. And I'd read an article about Calendar about how they'd gotten this pull behind Zamboni that goes on the tractor. And I know I brought it up 2 or 3 years ago in one of the first budget meetings, and it was kind of just a comment and nothing from there. And I think now we have really good support from, I believe, every single member of council. And I think the way the community is hearing about this is it's a really positive thing. I'm hearing from a number of different people, be it, well, it's something actually that, we'll see what our tax dollars go to. Yeah, lots of kids will use it as well, but it has good support in the community for being done. And I don't want to see this not get done because we're turning this into such a bigger ordeal than it needs to be. I think the number of, I think it's on our budget, 65,000 for the equipment, which would be the ice resurfacer, which I think Olympia, or Olympic is the Canadian manufacturer. They have a
Oh,
model.
there's another one. There's another one.
Is there another one? Okay. I know they have a model that's called a 500. I know Zamboni has a model that's called a 250, which are basically the same. And they're about 20 grand, give or take. And then you have a tractor, which is about the 35 grand. And that tractor, we could use it to cut lots of areas in the summer with grass if we had a 72-inch mowing deck. And instead of, I'm going to say, I would have liked to have seen this. I don't quite understand how an ice surfacer has two items on the budget, one for a construction of a shed and the other for an ice surfacer. I would have expected that this would have been showing up as two different reports, one for a shed and one for an ice surfacer. And when it comes to the shed cost, I think we're on drugs, to be honest. Like, I get where staff is coming from, but what I mean by that is, let's not lose the prize of the Zamboni or ice resurfacer. There's so many grants right now that we can apply for what to do with water. We don't have a well. Let's find a grant. Maybe it's a year away, maybe it's 6 months away, because I've sent information to Works and the CAO about current grants that are out there. But I think that's a bigger ordeal, and maybe it's not an $80,000 shed. Maybe it's much bigger. I think Councillor Bray had brought up about, how old is the water service for the people that take the water up at the community center. I look at this and say, if we're going to do something, we should maybe apply for a grant that would redo our water distribution system at the municipality, which could be held in a new building, complete with a well, redo the water treatment for the municipality, could house hot water, all these types of things for an ice resurfacer. But let's go and try and get that. Maybe we can apply for it this year, maybe we get it next year. I think it's a good idea to have a shed, which the works manager has brought up for something, but I think that can be done in the future. So what do we do in the short time? And in the short time, the answer can be, we can find excuses or we can find solutions. Well, can it be parked in the fire hall? Well, the fire department could say yes or no. Could we park it in the Grange? Could we pay a local person who has a heated garage a little bit of money to house the ice surfacer there? We have a works garage. Could we house the ice surfacer at the works garage, which is heated? And then when it comes to all those items, I used to play hockey competitively until I was right through university. And They'd clean the ice surface, be it at Mitchell Field where I used to play, and they'd drive it right across the parking lot in North York and dump it in the field. They'd then take that same Zamboni, drive it out into the park and clean an outdoor rink with it. And they didn't worry about the sand or salt. Why? Because they just washed it. They washed the tires off. And as the works manager said, we do have water at our rink, which we use to flood the rink. So a simple solution is somebody drives it across the parking lot, you hose it off, and you can do it somewhere. We can certainly put a drain in and drain it to the lake, put a little drain in somewhere. We have a catch basin in our parking lot already. Those are the simple solutions. What if we use the Grange? What if we use the works garage? Well, we have a pickup truck. We have big work trucks. We have a 1-ton plow truck. All we need is a simple, small utility trailer that will hold, like, a 12-foot utility trailer that'll hold a tractor, and we can simply drive it from the works garage to the rink in the short term until we can find a grant to do the water system, which would also cover for the garage, right? These are all simple solutions instead of thinking of how can we make it so complicated that we just don't have the money. And then we can keep the money in our reserve funds for another year until we find that grant. Now, something that Councillor Woods and I had kind of joked about a little bit as well is if you look at the shed now, there's, I'll call it barn sliding doors. If you looked right out of the office, you see the barn sliding doors. Certainly, if we really wanted to, on a very temporary basis, you could build something just inside there. You might have to redo the change room, have a door that goes directly out to the ice surface instead of coming out into the hallway. But you could do something there with just some simple building materials and some type of a forced air heating, propane heater or something, and you could make a little garage right in there. You already have a roof, you already have 2 walls and a door at the one side. You can do something there on a temporary basis for a year if we needed to, until we find the money on the garage. But I don't think it's an $80,000 garage. I think it's much more than an $80,000 garage, because I'd like to see that applied for, like I said, with a grant that could help do water treatment for the municipality, a new well. All of that stuff could be housed in this garage, and as an add-on to that, would be able to hold the ice surfacer in it. So those are my comments on it. I appreciate the time staff has taken in putting this together. I fully agree with the 65,000. And it's not that I disagree with the 80. I just think it should have been another placement holder. And I think we have good staff, we have good workers, and if we showed up in the fall and said, here's a Zamboni or ice resurfacer, figure out where it can be stored so that we can use it here and we're not going to spend 80 grand for a garage, I'm sure the works department will be able to find a suitable building out of the 3 I've said, or a resident that could store it, and we could get our ice resurfaced nice and easy. And then we do something bigger. So thanks, staff, for doing this. And I know some of my ideas there I had mentioned to the works manager before today's meeting, so I didn't catch him off guard with some of my comments there. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and the estimating that's gone into it too, in the background. So thank you.
So other councillors have comments on this? Councillor Bray.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead. Councillor Bray.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I had to turn my video off. Sorry, sometimes our internet is not as good as it should be. But anyways, I do want to make a comment about this while we're at it, I guess. The 65,000, I don't have a problem with. The 80,000 for the shed, I think, we have done things on the more economical side many times in the past. Our fire department is bursting at the seams. We don't have enough room, hardly for all the vehicles we have. And certainly there is no room for a resurfacer in that building at the moment, unless you're going to build us a new one, which would be lovely. And the administration office is pretty full. Like I don't have a problem with the 80,000. I think we should be looking at it and saying, if we're going to do this, if we're going to have a resurfacer, which I'm fine with, if that's what rest of council wants to do, that's fine by me. But let's do it right. Let's not do something where we're trying to put, this and this together and that together, make a shed here or a little space there for it. Let's do it right. If we're going to do it, the public works manager has told us we need an insulated shed. We need heat in there. We need a hot water tank for the water. There's all these things that are needed. And so why would we do it in the cheapest way that possibly could be done, and then probably have problems? Maybe it'll freeze. Then we'll have problems with repairs and all kinds of things. I'm for doing the 80,000, and if that's what we want, then that's what we want. And if something else has to wait for another year, then it waits for another year. I don't. You just can't do everything and expect that you're going to do it in half measures. You have to do it correctly. And I think if you went back to the municipalities that now have the resurfacers, you'll find out that they've had to do the things just like we will, in order to make it work and work properly. And also less headache for public works trying to make things, pulling things together and holding things together with duct tape and string. Anyways, that's my comment. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to reply back there. Councillor Bray, in regards to duct tape and string, isn't what I was suggesting taking our time to find a grant better than just going out and throwing 80 grand in a wood chipper and burning it down? In the sense of, let's take our time, let's get a proper plan, let's apply for a grant, because there's lots of grants out there for water treatment. Let's get ourselves a well. Let's house that well near this garage we're going to build. Let's update our water treatment that we give to the municipality members. Let's do all of this. Let's not rush, as you're saying. Let's spend the 80 grand now and go and do it, and then find out, oh, we didn't plan that right because we needed to do it because Councillor Bray said there was strings attached with it, or whatever you'd said, duct tape and strings. By actually taking the time is what we need to do. And so often, Councillor Bray, you're the one to say, can this come back? I'm not quite ready. We're rushing into something, but here it is, 80 grand, and you're saying, rush right in and do it right away. Let's get it done. They say they need it, let's do it. And that isn't the planning that you always say we need to do. I think you'll find the big amount of council support a building, but let's try and get a grant for that building first. And if there's no room in the fire department, that's fine. When I go in there, I can see lots of room that a machine could park in, but that's fine. If the fire department doesn't want to house it, that's fine. And bringing an ice surfacer 5 minutes down a road for a year, so that we as a municipality can save 80 grand, but by the time we do a well and all these other things, it might be hundreds of thousands of dollars to get a grant, is well worth it, instead of saying, let's go build a shed for 80 grand to house it, without thinking of all the other stuff we can do with water and apply for a grant at the same time. Again, it's turned into a, let's find a reason not to do this, instead of a reason of, how can we do it properly by taking a bit of time, but in the meantime, for a year, we can get the machine and find out about a simple solution for a short time, for one winter, as a whole new building or whatever might be constructed. Let's do that research. It's kind of like, let's go get energy audits that are 3 buildings that is the exact same information that was done by I don't know how much it would have cost us, $5,000, which is the exact same information Georgian Bay Biosphere has given us, but we've just gone and wasted money because we didn't know what we were spending the money on, in my eyes. Anyways, thank you.
So
Miss-
if yet to hear,
Councillor Woods, do you have any comment?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you. From what I've heard from people in the community, there is a heck of a lot of support for us to get a nice resurfacer, Zamboni, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter to me. When I looked at the numbers, the 80,000 for the construction, I mean, I understand the reasoning behind it. But I'm real simple. You can buy a 20-foot sea can that will fit a tractor in big enough to either use the Olympia version or the Zamboni version. And up in Callander, they use a 33 horsepower Kubota 4x4 tractor, right? Which is not a very big machine. It's a small, it's not like, the size of your grass cutting tractor. It's a little bit bigger, but it's not a full-size tractor. Still has all the capabilities of an actual full-size tractor. We could put belly mowers, we could put front loaders, we could put front mount snow blowers. We could use that tractor for a multitude of things. But we're not going to be buying this thing and putting it on the ice this year, right? Ice is gone. By the time we finalize budgets and, look for what we could purchase, we're not getting it for this year. We're getting it for next year. You can put this in a sea can. And I've said this umpteen times, and I know a lot of people don't like sea cans or like the look of sea cans, but there is a massive surplus in Ontario right now of used sea cans because everything comes from China in sea cans, but we don't ship anything out. So they're cheaper right now. You can get a used 20-foot can for $2,000 right now. You could do a 1-inch spray of spray foam on it, which is going to cost you next to nothing, and you could heat it with a $50 heater from Home Depot for a temporary storage solution. And then we can pick that thing up, those sea cans, and we can move them anywhere. I do think that there is lots of grant opportunities for buildings, lots of grant opportunities for water, right? I want to say it was Magnetawan just announced grant funding for a brand new fire hall, right? There's lots of communities that have been getting brand new fire halls built and expanding services. We didn't apply for any. So there is grant funding out there. But I don't want to lose sight of the community thinks it's a good idea to get a nice surfacer, and we're going to inflate numbers and make things harder than what they should be. We could get a sea can, put it in. I mean, if you really want something other than a box heater, you'd spend upwards of $7,000 for a small heat pump system that's all electrical, mounted in the wall. It's heating and cooling. And if we don't want to keep it there because we're going to build something, we pick that 20-foot sea can up and we put it directly behind the concession stand for the Agricultural Society so that they have storage, because we have a serious lack of storage. And I'm telling you, a sea can is the most economical means of storage, especially storage that you want to be able to move around and it's not going to be temporary. You can paint it up so nobody likes to look at, Maersk or whatever the name is or whatever shipping on the side. Then we ask one of our many local talented artists to paint the thing up, and you could have a cottage scene around a campfire, people sitting on their chairs. They're not just ugly sea cans. You can make them look decent. But to me, there's an easier way to get here. I'll just leave my comments at that, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I look at things a little bit, I don't know, too basic, but I look for the straight line instead of, we're walking all over the place.
Mr.
Here,
Mayor,
here.
Okay, well,
What's the mayor think of it?
yeah, I'm gonna a couple of comments. I think the idea of trying to find some place for the tractor and the ice resurfacer outside the area where it's being used, and we really only have one area where that resurfacer is going to be used, is problematic, because you're going to be driving through a lot of sand and salt and stuff like this, and you can't leave these things outside they deteriorate anybody who has a tractor will tell you if you leave it outside in the rain, they don't last. They're and I also think that as a practical matter, to get it in and out of the rink, we need to have an opening at the east end of the rink, which doesn't exist at the moment. So there is some work that would have to be done and could you put a sea can? Yeah, they probably could do that, and you could attach it to the building. I would so, and I don't know. I mean, that would reduce the cost of the building, and it would mean that if later on, when there's other changes being made, you could a sea can. I agree with Councillor Woods that a sea can is always a useful thing to have, and you can redeploy it. But I think it's going to cost more than just the cost of the sea can and insulating it and so on. And there's going to have to be electrical and plumbing and things like that. So it's certainly going to cost something. I would decouple it from any discussion of water. You don't know where you're going to be able to put a well if we decide to go with a well, and if you're going to try and centralize water treatment for the campus, which I think is what you would want to do if you were going to do that, then that could end up being somewhere not close to the Dundome. I doubt that you would have a well close to the Dundome, to be honest with you. The way the ground drains and the proximity to the lake and so on, the distance you have to go down, you're going to have lake water just running into it. So that's not. I would decouple that idea completely and say, well, we're going to do we need to have a larger building for a lot of things, but that's a separate story. I think the question really boils down to, do you want to do this year so that it's ready for next winter, or do you want to defer it for another year and make a bigger plan? I guess we really need to look carefully at the details of what would be required to provide some storage at the east end of the Dundome, so that when you're finished cleaning the ice, you can drive the thing off without getting it all dirty. And then when you need to do it after there's been a few hockey games there, you can just drive it right back on again, and you're not running across parking lots and running potentially some distance away. Like I didn't hear any practical places where I thought it could be put close to the Dundome. So, it's going to be, you're going to be bringing it from a long way away. It's going to be cold. It's going to be dirty. It's going to, you're going to have to find a place to wash it off, and your parking lot is there, and it's not I don't think that's a very practical solution. I think we have to find a place to pull it off at the east end of the rink. So that's my 2 cents of it. And I guess really it's a question of how, I mean, if council wants to figure out, trying to incorporate it in with a bunch of other things, or try to find grants for it and so on. I mean, we can always do that, but the risk is that September will be here before we know. And if we don't have this, if we're not ready to purchase and install and everything at that point in time, then it's not going to be ready for next winter.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question I'd like to ask the works manager, if I might. Mike, if we said to you or to staff, hey, can you go through the RFP? Can you work on getting a tractor? Can you work on getting the ice resurfacer or Zamboni? And can you look at the grants out there, and be it this summer or next winter, Hopefully we can get a grant for a bigger endeavor, a bigger project. But would you, as a works manager, be able to figure out a storage spot? I said the works garage, and find a way, what is it, twice a week that somebody spends 20 minutes and drives it down the highway on the trailer. Of course, the item would be started already, so it's not going to freeze and stuff. Would there be a way for a year, worst case scenario, I'm guessing, that staff could find a storage solution that might not be right next to the building, that might work, in the hopes of getting a grant the following year to do a much bigger building that could do a whole bunch of other things as well? Is that a possibility, or is that totally unrealistic and impossible to do? Thank you.
Through you, your worship, of course it is. The building cost was included in there for a few reasons, as in a lot of people take pride in Dunchurch, the area, like the residents, and nothing against the CCAN. I understand it fully. I'm just looking at the bigger picture, whereas you're going to have people coming at us about having a CCAN parked down in the middle of the park. That kind of stands out like a sore thumb. And I know we can dress it up a lot better, but just it's going to cost some money. With a building like this, it would have been to match all the other buildings down in the area. Like it would match the office, it would match the community center. It would look like it belonged. That's the only reason it's an 80 grand shed, more or less, with all the things we need for the ice. With that out of there, yes, it's completely doable of moving the machine around. My feeling is it would have to go at least once a day down to the dome. That's the only thing. Just from conditions of the ice that I've seen after I'm like coming in the morning looking at the ice, it looks like it gets used quite a bit. So I would say daily this machine has to go down and resurface just to get everybody to enjoy the ice and it look really good for everybody. So
Through you, Mr. Mayor, how much of the 80,000, forget about the water and the rest of it, how much are you estimating of that 80,000 just for the structure of the shed?
that 80,000 was with the concrete pad, the insulated shed, all of which matches the buildings that are down there.
So that's just the shed?
Yes.
Not the water and the hot water, all that? It's just
Nope.
the shed.
Yeah.
Oh my God, someone ought to, Jesus, someone ought to come. I don't like my garage being, if it's referred to as duct tape, because it isn't. Like, for the love of goodness, it's a 12 by 28 foot structure. It meets code. It all you do is put it on some pads, so some big, what do you call them, construction pads, right? They bring it in, they set it down, done. You can design it the way you want. You can make whatever color you want, and I'll guarantee you can do it for $25,000, guaranteed. And yet we get into sea containers, which I'd rather see a sea container than nothing. But I mean, I just don't see us going out, if it's just for a shed, of it costing $80,000. I don't get it. I just don't get it, people. And like, there is a solution. Like, we could take at least half of this money out of the 80,000, and I'll bet you we can get something really good that'll be there, permanently. And if we want to do something else with water or whatever later, we can do it. And don't get me into grants. A year ago, we said, we should go for an RFP or whatever for grants. We had a proposal in front of us and we didn't go for it. And other communities are getting fire halls and all the rest. And we haven't even gone to RFQ or whatever. We haven't gone. So we're missing out on grants. There are grants in the community. People are going to be shocked eventually by another organization, the grant they got, right? And it just, anyway, it just frustrates the heck out of me that we're talking this sort of money. And you know, I'm frustrated at the tax rate. I'll talk to that at some point, but I'll probably go over my 5 minutes. I think we took it up, and I want to talk to the tax rate at some point. So I'm looking to find $20,000 to take out of the tax levy so it's less than 3%. And we started at 2.5, and I don't feel comfortable at 3.57. So I'm just forewarning people on that. I guess I can have that debate, you know, towards the end. But anyway, I just don't know why we.
And
Anyway,
through you, or sorry, are you done?
well, I
Councillor?
am, but I don't want to get into a debate about the tax increase. That like this is ridiculous, right?
No, I was just gonna say to Mike, so currently the rink isn't cleared every day. Like I know I've heard from some people in the public it might be flooded a couple times a week sometimes. So are we gonna be doing a more rigorous, like right now, how many days a week would the rink be cleaned and flooded currently, Mike?
It's every day.
Okay. I
Yep.
think people might not think it's that. So, but if
No.
you're saying there'd be a way to do it short term, that's what I'd suggest. Like, let's approve this is what I'm saying. Let's approve the tendering of a ice resurfacer and a tractor. And when it comes to the building, let's see what we can do for grants. Now, I agree with what Councillor Lamb said. Like, there's so many grants out there, but you know, there's 3 municipalities in our district that are currently building brand new fire stations. The newest one was just um, announced, Magneto yesterday by Graydon Smith. And a lot of these municipalities don't have a grant writing company that takes 10%. All it is staff which are trained and have been hired to write grants as part of their descriptions to write grants. We just need to look at a grant and apply for a grant and then be told we didn't get the grant because we messed up on the paperwork. That's the way I look at it, which maybe we need somebody. But these other municipalities, a lot of them don't have a third party writing their grants, but they can still get the grants. Why? Because they're applying. And I have a very easy way. If we want to lower the tax rate by $20,000, let's just reduce the road grant by 20 grand this year. Problem solved. One item, 20 grand less. That's what I'd suggest if we want to save 20 grand. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my
Okay,
wife wrote
could we
grant
please
all her
stay?
life. Just hold
Sorry,
on.
could we please stay on the ice resurfacer until we get it finished?
Well, yeah, I
I-
just want to respond to the grant. I think you do disservice to people writing grants. They're not that easy, and staff would have to be trained in them. And it's Magneto has practically a full-time person on grants, and you can imagine the cost on that. And anyway, so my frustration with the grants is we sit a year later and we're nowhere. We're nowhere, right? Or maybe minimally we're writing or applying for a couple of grants. But to me, it's anyway. And to me, if you want to put a motion to reduce the road grant by $20,000, God bless you. Put it on the table. I won't agree with it. I think it's a huge mistake. Why don't we just cut this 80 back to 40? Like that's what we've been discussing is we're not going to go for the 80. There's other options, at least two options on the table. Cut it to 40 and see what Mike can do with 40. And you know, that to me makes more sense on this project than it does, you know, just going and indiscriminately reducing the road grant by 20 grand.
Well, but through you, Mr. Mayor, if we cut 40 grand out of this, Councillor Lamb, that won't affect our budget whatsoever because it's coming out of a reserve, so it won't make any impact.
No, it isn't. That isn't true. It's coming out of the
Councillor Lamb, please let me finish.
Sorry, we can't. Folks, you can't have councillors arguing back and forth with each other. This is not how we conduct debate here.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor
Please.
Lamb and I were doing perfectly fine talking back and forth until you cut us both off there. So I'll finish what I was about to say. The 40 grand, the money is coming out of the surplus from last year. That's what it's coming out of. Our treasurer had already said that if we go from 80 to 0, 80 to 40, that won't affect our budget unless we decide to take more money out of our reserve, being this slush fund, for a better word, to allocate 20 more grand of it to somewhere else in our municipality. And then we can say, well, we took more money out of a reserve just to make it look like we were just below the 3% tax increase. So people will like us during an election year. Not the right thing to do in my eyes, but that's my own opinion. Thank you.
Well, we're taking, through you, Mr. Mayor, we're taking 80 grand out right now. I'm just suggesting we take 40 out. And the stabilization is taxation that we tax people in our municipality. And we happen to have a surplus of $184,000 and we're applying it. And I guess we can keep it for a rainy day, but I'm trying to apply it to capital projects like this. We're taking all kinds of reserves out. The reserves are nearly $2 million. They were a heck of a lot lower than that when this council started, and that's how you prudently do things. I know Councillor Nash would love to put more monies into reserves. I hear what he's saying. Anyway, I don't agree with him, so thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think that people have, have spoken to a lot of council to say they would like this resurfacer. I'm happy that we get it. I'm happy that we look at either, and maybe the Public Works can look into either the CCAN or the type of system that Councillor Lamb spoke about, the prefab one, because I do know that they're pretty good too, and how it would work. Maybe that could be looked into in terms of whether or not it's going to cost 40,000, 60,000, or 80,000. I think that, in looking at it, looking at it, if it's something that the council really wants, then I would say let's go for it. But again, if Councillor Woods was talking about the CCANs and we could use that for a short while and then move it, then that might work. Of course, there is going to have to be work to make an entrance at the other end. There is going to have to be water plumbed to it. There's going to have to be some kind of electricity and, of course, heat and some insulation for a CCAN, probably for the garage as well. I don't know, if Councillor Lamb had spoken whether it was insulated, the one he has, or not. But anyways,
it could easily be insulated, very easily.
So I think that there are some options here. The 80,000 is 80,000. It doesn't mean it has to cost that amount. The Public Works manager is putting an amount in there to say, if it was built brand new to match the buildings and things and to have everything that was needed, this is what it is. If we say to him, we can't afford that, so we'd like to make it something else, then let's see what he can come up with. Thanks.
Yeah, that's that is, well, sorry, our Public Works manager has his hand up, so I'll let him speak, and then hopefully we can wrap this up.
Lamb, I'm just correction. I had told you that there was no water, but that was wrong. There is water and heat into the building, and the building itself was priced as a 16 by 20. I understand it doesn't make much difference with the way you stand, which I agree with. I'm good with. I just wanted to make my correction there for you.
Yeah, but through you, Mr. Mayor, I was trying to say, what is the building? Forget the water, forget the heat. What is the building? What did you budget for the building out of that 80,000?
It was just price through, finished, insulated.
No, I realize, but how much? What's the dollar amount?
That's the price he gave me, was just under 80,000 for it.
And does
that included the heat and the hydro, or the heat and the water, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So you didn't get a breakdown of what the building
No,
was.
it's just an estimate at this point.
and does that include the modification that's necessary to the east end of the Dundome so that you can get out of it into the building?
Not,
Like you're
As
going to
of right
attach
now,
it to
no.
the Dundome effectively, right? Aren't you?
pardon me, sorry.
You're going to attach it to the Dundome, and you're going to have to you're going to have to modify the east end of the Dundome so that you can get the device out through
That is,
there into the building. No?
that is correct. And we were hoping, we went and looked at it. We were hoping we could take be the west end that opens and switch it with the east end that doesn't right now.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could just, so
Okay, but
I'm
it's still
assuming,
there's still a modification to the Dundome that's required to do this. I just want everybody to
Yes.
be clear about that. It's on a major structural modification, but and anyway, I don't know. I would have thought you would just end up making another opening at the other end, similar to the one at the west end that's close to the parking lot. Anyway, Councillor Woods, you had a comment?
I was just gonna say, I'm surprised that when the Dundome was put in, that there wasn't doors at both ends, because the board systems for all rinks is
Yeah.
basic nut and bolt.
Yeah.
Right? And I don't know why we didn't have it at that far end, because 99 times out of 100, I'm gonna say, when they're built, they're always put with those swing open doors at both ends of a rink.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Okay, well, could we, could we leave this as saying, if I'm trying to summarize what I think the bottom line for what all this discussion is that we would like to try and proceed with this for next year. But we would like to look at the storage space for the equipment involved as to try and find a lower cost solution for that maybe is a temporary solution and maybe doesn't match all the other buildings in the municipality. And maybe isn't made, made to necessarily blend in, but uses whatever the most cost effective kind of construction we can get, that still has it still is functional, has heat and water, and has access from the Dundome, and come back and see what that costs. And if we can get the cost of it from 80,000 down to say 40,000 or something, then council would agree to proceed with that, and we would take in how would that affect our budget? It would mean that we are taking, let's say it would come in at 40,000 or something, then that would take 40,000 less out of our what do we call that reserve?
Stabilization fund.
Stabilization reserve. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. Is that can we agree to that and move on to the other project that we have listed here to talk about?
Yeah.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd ask Mike if he could come over and see my garage. I'm unfortunately have to leave for a few days on Friday, so I don't know whether you've got time before that to just pop by and take a look at it.
Worship. You can do that, no problem.
Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, what I'm hearing that you're suggesting is that we'd approve it the way it is, but see if staff can come back to us on alternatives to before we proceed with anything, but would be proceeding with an RFP or whatever for the ice resurfacer and tractor, and then just come back to us with a more detailed report on some options they could do for a shed or a temporary location or whatever it would be, but would approve it the way it is, with the understanding it probably wouldn't be the 80 grand, and we probably won't be able to, we probably wouldn't need to take that much out of the stabilization fund. Is that what's being suggested, which I'm okay with?
Well, I think
Go ahead.
I think you've verified, and look, staff still has time to do some more work on this before we have to order anything or buy anything. You know, but the goal here is to try to get a budget, and the budget, I think in the budget, we either say we're gonna do this, we're gonna do something this year, we're gonna try and get the cost of it down, or alternatively, we're gonna defer it, but take it out of the budget and not interfere with our reserve, not use our parkland reserve for it this year, and not draw out of our stabilization reserve, and have a plan for another year. And so and then we got lots of time to study options for various things. But it seems reasonable to me that we could still do this project this year and get it ready for next winter. And so if we do that, then we have to have something in the budget for
it. But through you, Mr. Mayor, I understand that through Jessica that we can't do the public meeting on the budget in the March meeting, right? So that the budget will probably be coming for the public meeting and finalization in April. And maybe between now and April, we can do that exercise, and Mike can come back and say, well, properly do it with a sea container is 10 grand or 12 grand or 15 or whatever it is. And to do this other option is 25 or whatever. And so that we can make that decision as part of our budget, and either then, let's say we decide on it, just to pick a number, 40,000, the other 40,000 can either stay in the stabilization fund or whatever, or wherever council decides it should go. So I'm hopeful that by April we can,
if we're not going to you're right, if we're not going to finalize the budget in until April, then we've got a little bit of there is a little bit of extra time to
absolutely
for staff to investigate this. So maybe we can leave that, just leave the instruction that we want to see. I think it's reasonable to try and if we're not going to finalize this at the March meeting, and we could theoretically do that because we could suspend the notice bylaw, right? And we were ready to go. I might suggest that. But if you're willing to let it go till April, the April meeting, then we got more time.
Okay.
So can we move on? I think everybody understands where we're at with this. Can we move on to the gravel resurfacing? By the way, I should ask, does anybody need to have a break? We're going to go probably a bit past noon by the look of things here.
So I just have a question on this funding stabilization on this page. Funding stabilization reserve, it says 45,000. Is that what's left in there, or what is that, Jessica?
Which page are you looking at?
I'm still looking at page 8 of 24, down at the bottom. It says funding by source. So we're using only 45,000.
If you go to page 11, that's the reserve schedule.
Okay. So
and that shows the balance for the funding stabilization reserve with that project.
But what does the 45,000 mean? What's that?
That's 45,000 towards the ice resurfacer and storage project. And the remainder of that project would be funded from Parkland.
And then we already authorized 100 grand or something coming out of there, didn't we?
Correct. Towards levy funded projects to offset the levy.
Using 145 of our 184 as it is right now.
145 out of our 285.
Of our 285. Okay.
Yes. It was 185 with that 100,000 transfer we already recommended. So
Ah,
now an additional 45,000 would put the projected ending balance at 140.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so can we move on to the second project here, which was related to gravel? It's on page 9. It's on the back of the one we just talked about. Anything about that one that you want to raise? I mean, it's pretty straightforward, I guess, but you can see what roads are,
No, good job. I don't have any
what
questions.
roads are being resurfaced.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a quick question for the Public Works Manager. Mike, I know you've been here now going on a year, and for the March meeting, do you think you'd have time between now and then? I know at some point, um, we had like a 5-year gravel plan, or if we look at a ramp study, or roads needs assessment, there was a little bit longer one. But now that you've been here for, like I said, about a year, would you be able to bring forward um as part of this for backup? Like I don't know how our 5-year gravel plan has been proceeding, but it never showed all the roads. Would you be able to bring something back to us that would show all the roads? And, if we're planning on doing the remainder of Balsam from Canning Road to Irwin this year, if it shows, but kind of if we list all the roads out 10 years so that, when Balsam, like if somebody, sorry, I'm using Balsam, but if somebody phoned and said, when is a certain road going to be gravel, Shawanaga Lake Road, if somebody phoned, that we'd be able to say, well, based on the current chart, your next resurfacing is scheduled in 2031, right? Just have all the roads listed, and then whatever we did last year, wherever you can find it, but certainly you'd have it for last year. We could say, well, we just did Wawashkesh Road, that was done in 2025, and we applied, you know, 5,000 tons of gravel to it. Would you be able to come up with that spreadsheet so we could see it for a few years out in the future, or even as many years as we can until we get through all the roads? Is that possible, Mike?
Through your worship, yes, it is. I'm currently working on that, and I have the data that goes back just prior to the last AMP study. So what would that be? 2021. Once I update it, I'll have it finished, and I should be able to get it to you for this month's meeting.
It's only a week and a half away.
No, it's going to be tight.
No, that would be great just to see it. And I know last year, I forget the road name, but you guys were doing a bunch of ditching out near Clear Lake Road, right by the railway tracks in Ardbeg there. I just forget the name of the road right by the railway tracks there.
Yeah, I know where you are.
Yeah. Does that need to get any gravel since you did all the re-ditching there? That's the only question. I didn't see it here. And I just, again, because I know you guys had done a lot of improvement work on it last year, should it have a bit of gravel put on it this year?
Through your worship, that will be in a maintenance type project, not a capital-ish.
Okay,
It's more,
perfect.
we will be hauling gravel to it. It'll just be our forces instead of having the contractor drop the gravel off directly.
Perfect. Thanks, Mike.
That's Hayward Road you're talking about, is it?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Yes, sorry, it was tongue
Okay.
twisted. Hayward's Road. Yeah, I've heard from a lot of people up there, and in particular, I heard from one of the people that lives close to there. They were having a lot of water penetration, um, because the water was getting backed up. I'll call it with the CN lines, and from the ditching that the municipal staff did over the course of the year, slowly the water level is receding on the, what would you be, on the west side of the tracks as well. So that drainage that the crews did there has really helped out some people right in Ardbeg. So I think that was a great big job for them, but good that they did it. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else about the gravel resurfacing? Okay, so I will ask again at this point. It's 11:45. Does anyone want a break? My hope is that we can, if you need a short break, we can take one, but we'll carry on and try to wrap this meeting up so that we don't go into a lunch hour, so to speak, unless you.
Could we grab 5 minutes for a washroom break?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, if anybody would like that,
I'm
let's
all
do
for that.
Okay, let's have 5 minutes. We'll come back about 10 minutes to 12. If so, thank you. We're now we can now resume our meeting. And Jessica, do you want to take us through the through the other attachments you have?
Thank you, Your Worship. So the next would be the reserve summary, which we have touched on a little bit. So the main changes from the last meeting is that we've drawn from additional funds from the Parkland Reserve and from the Funding Stabilization Reserve. I also wanted to note for the Parkland Reserve, you'll see that we're projecting a contribution of $20,000, but that's determined by the severance applications that we get. So it's an estimate at this point, so we can't, it wouldn't be prudent to allocate that 20,000 towards any projects this year. And that's why we proposed deferring the boat launches or access points to 2027 so that we can spend the year properly investigating that. And then we'll see what funds we have at the end of 2026 to apply towards that project.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on that? All right, we can maybe then move on to the user fees, which are start on page 13. Let's take them. Well, and once again, I'll maybe it's helpful, Jessica, if you just tell us, are there any changes on page 13, the facility rentals?
No, there were no changes on this page.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry, I was muted on Zoom. I'd ended up phoning in. So I did have a question just to the last item there, if I might just go back 30 seconds there. I know we've talked about boat launches, and we started some work at the Snakeskin Lake there, just with the turnover of staff. And I'd still think it's important to have something in our budget there, even if it's going to be coming out of, like we've done for the ice surfacing. If we're saying it was 80 and now it might be 40, I'd like to say that we know there's going to be at least some parkland dedication fees paid this year, because those are normally paid, the following year after severances. And we know there was severances last year. So we know there'll be some going in. I know it's been estimated at about $20,000, but I think it's fair enough to say we know there'll be some money going in to that. And if there's not all the money there, well, if we're able to pull 80,000 out of our stabilization fund for the ice surfacing, which hopefully I think we said might be changed to 40, that we might be able to use something for these boat launches. Like so often in our official plans and stuff, we talk about creating access points, maintaining access points. And if you look at all our access points, we're only spending $25,000 a year on our access points. We're giving $100,000 away to the road grant, which is a good program. But I think we can invest a little bit of money in an important item. A lot of what we do in our municipality is based on Mother Nature, is based on access to lakes, is based on tourism. And pushing yet again another year to do something at Snakeskin, which Councillor Woods was pushing for 2 or 3 years, and it took him that long just to get a simple sign put up. that I think we would be doing disjustice for our community if we can't at least have something like a $10,000 placeholder there for the works department, at least to get started on something, and at least get started on if they need an M&R work permit or whatever they might need. But I think would be doing a disjustice not to have a placeholder in our budget for it this year, because we've had a little project on the ice surfacing go from a $50,000-$60,000 one to a $150,000 one. So again, I'd say that we know we will be getting some money in this year from the Parkland Reserve, and we do have this stabilization fund. And if everybody, it seems like the majority of council is okay with using more of that, then why can't we put $10,000 aside to start on Snakeskin or the Bois Lake? I'm not sure what other councillors think of that, but I'd like to see something there instead of just taking it out and saying we don't know how much we're going to get this year. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else have a comment on that? Jessica, your hand is up. Did you want to?
Yes, thank you. Through your worship, I just wanted to comment on that. The intention of leaving it out isn't because we don't have funds confirmed for Parkland. It's also about the viability of getting those projects done this year. And from my discussions with the public works manager, we're likely run out of time to get this done for the summer season in 2026. So that's why we're proposing to have a project in 2027. We'll certainly investigate it and get the full cost together throughout this year, but it would be a project that would be completed in 2027.
Okay, thanks, Jessica. Through you, Mr. Mayor, but I guess to the works manager, Mike, why would we not have enough time to put 3 or 4 loads of gravel down in the parking area at Snakeskin Lake? Like, are we saying we don't have staff that can put 2 or 3 loads of gravel down to top up the parking lot there?
Your worship, not putting gravel down doesn't affect it, but we can do that and with no problem.
Yeah, like unless I'm missing something, all it was at Snakeskin is putting some gravel down. Councillor Woods can speak to it more, but it's just getting some gravel down on the access path down to the water and some gravel for the parking area. That's all that was needed there, and that's why it keeps getting pushed. So that's why I asked, just when the treasurer said you wouldn't have time. So if that was in our budget this year, you would have time to do those items. But Councillor Woods, I'm sure, can speak a little bit more on it because he has a little bit more in-depth knowledge of that launch. Thank you.
If I interrupt here for that, I was under the assumption this was to do with the dock were mentioned at the last meeting.
No, what? Sorry?
Docks.
Oh, docks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I like to put docks in with more time, but gravel is nothing. We can run up and do that in a day. So that's my fault. Sorry, Jessica.
But if we were to do that, what Councillor Nash is suggesting, that would not be treated as a capital project and would not come out of Parkland Reserve, or would be treated as operating, would it?
Through your worship, it could still be funded from Parkland because it's a Parkland type of initiative.
Except we will have already pretty much depleted our parkland, no?
Correct. And until we determine what the revised scope of the resurfacer project is, we don't have a final number for Parkland, because if that ice resurfacer and storage project comes in a little bit lower, then council has to make the decision, where do you want to make the funding adjustment? Do you want to reduce your contributions from the Parkland Reserve, or do you want to reduce your contributions from the funding stabilization reserve? So I guess regardless, you could move ahead with that gravel resurfacing and fund it from either Parkland or the funding stabilization reserve.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's where I was coming from, or sorry, Councillor Woods, that's where I was coming from, Jessica, that we could pull from both. And just one more thing, and again, sorry to cut you off, Councillor Woods. When it came to a dock, if we needed, like, I guess it was graveling, but you're 100% correct that a dock was spoken about. But I guess my concern is, what is going to take so much time for a dock? Like, we can order a dock, we can have it in, and it doesn't take weeks to install a dock. The companies bring it out, drop it off, you put it on the water, and you nail down a few tie downs, and that's it. I guess, why would we not have time to do the dock portion of that now that you've brought up dock? Like, what is it that takes the time that we're going to run out of time to do a dock when we're talking about this in March?
Through your worship, I can speak to that a bit. From what I understood was that there was 3 access points proposed at the last meeting, but I believe 1 or 2 of them we would need to determine where that access point is going to be. And that's where some of the investigation needs to happen. And the other thing that factors in as well is that we have a very capital heavy year because we weren't able to do a lot of capital work in 2025 because we had new staff. So there is limits on as to how many projects that our public works manager can manage at one time.
Okay, so thank you, Jessica. So I'm going to ask the public works manager direct. Mike, are you telling us that you do not have the time to order a dock and have somebody install a dock that takes 1 day throughout the whole course of the year?
Oh, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying it takes a little bit of time just to make sure everything is going, what we want for sure, and that we're following all the regulations. That's all I needed.
Okay, but no, that's why I'm asking you. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing from the treasurer is different than what I'm hearing from you. And this was something that was talked about last year, but we have other capital projects that weren't talked about last year going ahead of some of these things, and some of these items keep getting pushed. And if everybody had listened, Dubois was the new launch point, and there's a couple spots that could come off Dubois. When it came to Beach Road, there is already a landing at Beach Road. It was just, do we want to put a dock in at Beach Road? And when it comes to Dubois, there is already a landing there. It's just a matter of a dock. So again, we can take a little thing and turn it into the biggest job, whatever. We can go look at Dubois Lake and go, a dock can go right there, right next to the boat launch where they put it, or go to Beach Road and say, well, this is where everybody launches their boats from. We're going to put the dock right next to it. Let's put an RFP out for docks, get a couple quotes, and let's put a dock in. Or we can make this big drawn out thing that appears to have what's happened with this Zamboni, and we'll push it off to another year. A dock's like $10,000 or $15,000. We already have an access point at Dubois. Certainly, we can have it in our budget to put a dock there, which isn't going to take, as Mike said, it wouldn't take too much time to do, and doing a tender wouldn't take long. And as for a location of a dock at Beach Road or Dubois, obviously it's going to go right next to the boat launch itself. And as for that was for Snakeskin. As for Dubois, that was the one that we'd mentioned that had to be some investigation done to see what the M&R thought about doing a boat launch at Dubois Lake. But the other two, like I said, I'd really like to see a dock going in either at Beach Road or at Snakeskin. I'd prefer Snakeskin, but as long as we did one of them this year, I think it would be really helpful, and I'm sure we can find that $15,000 either from the stabilization fund or from money coming in for our parkland throughout the course of the year. So I would like to ask other councillors what they think about doing that. It's not going to change our overall tax rate. It's not going to make it go up or down. We're either going to be using the parkland reserve funds or money from our stabilization funds. But again, what we'll be doing is fulfilling part of our comments on, let's work on the launch at Snakeskin Lake, which we've said. And I think it was Councillor Wood or Councillor Lamb when him and I went out there. And I think there's been some people that have talked to us about Beach Road launch, that there isn't much access there. So as long as we did one of them, I think it's important that we're showing to the public that, yes, we're showing that there is an importance to docks at our boat launches. We know we're going to have to start putting them in instead of pushing it off year after year after year. So hopefully I can get a couple councillors that would agree that that'll be a good thing for the public. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I've been down Snakeskin Lake at least a dozen times this year on my snowmobile, down near the end where I exit on the snowmobile trail and go up to near the bunny trail there. I don't know whether that's the access point or not.
No.
No, it's down further on the lake. Or is it up? As I'm going from Dunchurch down Snakeskin Road or Lake, is it before or after where the snowmobile trail is?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be just after, Councillor Lamb. So if you know, when you go across Highway 5 or the Bunny Trail, and then you turn right and you go on to Dubois or Snakeskin, it's between where you cut off and where the Bunny Trail is. Like if you'd never turned off the lake and kept driving past the next house, it's close to the Bunny Trail. Yeah,
I know where it is. So the other observation I had, and for what it's worth, is that there are not very many cottages or places on Snakeskin Lake. And I know part of the reason for the dock is so the public can access it, right? So that would be a good thing. Beach Road, I think, has more ratepayers on it, if you will, on Shawanaga Lake, right? And so maybe that to me makes more sense if you're going to put a dock in, but I don't know the landscape down there when you reach the water, right? Like, is there room for a dock, or the rocks, or, you know, what do we prevent? I don't know the answers to all that sort of thing, but just based on number of ratepayers and things like that, Beach Road would have a tick over Snakeskin. And poor old Councillor Woods, all he wanted was a sign 3 or 4 years ago. But anyway, and but anyway, so those are just.
Councillor Woods, do you want to comment? And
Sure, Mr. Mayor. So I guess I'll start at Snakeskin. It wasn't even that I wanted a sign. What I thought we should have done, and I'm hoping that that's what was done, was signage for people in the general public to stay off of the private property that's there, right? Because there's two separate parts. And the gentleman that owns that property has been, I'll say, beat to death at times by people, you know, using his land thinking it was the launch point. I just wanted to differentiate between what was the actual launch point that anybody could use and what the private property's landowner, as a landowner, had, right? Some gravel in that area, that would be fantastic. Just so, again, you know, you're not parking on his property. This is the access point that everybody else can use. And Mr. Williamson is a little bit more comfortable with people not trespassing on his land. You could put a dock in there. I also did bring up Beach Road on Shawanaga. And from what I remember, when Dave talked about it, because we did talk about this once in a meeting, it's going to require, I'd say, more like a bit of a walkout pier and then a floater, right? Just because the depth of the water there, from what I remember from that report. Dubois most definitely would be fantastic, I think, if we could create an access point on Dubois, because there isn't really a public access point unless going through a private business owner on the lake. And with all the logging that happened in back there, Mr. Mayor, we talked about this and you brought this up in a meeting before, it puts us in closer projection to the lake where we could develop a launch there. putting a dock in at every single one of our launch points is that's my goal, right? It could be a 25-year goal, but I think it's easier. I know it's easier the older everybody gets getting in and out on a dock than it is trying to climb over the rails of your boat getting it in, right? That's a reality. We're trying to wrestle kids in and out. So I personally think that docks are a good idea everywhere. But there's also a spot that we could have had another dock. And I think everybody forgets about that one too. And that's at the very bottom of Farley's Road. So if we were just looking to put a dock in, there is options to put docks in. And we know it's 15,000 basically for a decent sized floating dock. Whether or not any of that has helped anybody out, I don't know, but that's the 2 cents as I recall.
Well, thank you for that, because Councillor Woods, you said pretty much what I was going to say. I think these are worthwhile projects. As far as docks are concerned, my priority would be for Beach Road, just as Councillor Lamb said earlier. But that is probably a $20,000 dock, because it's very narrow there, and you're going to have a pier to attach it to of some kind, because it's got to go out a ways from the beach, and you know, it's a really tight, that little bay is really tight. So I don't know that that's a project. I mean, could we do it? Yeah, we could do it. I guess the question is really, it's back to the old budget issue. Is there support for taking more out of some combination of either the Parkland Reserve, which, you know, we've already said we're seems like our priority for that is the ice resurfacer. So are we going to take anything more out of that comes in and try to use it for improvements at any of these? And if so, which one? Because we could probably only do one. Or are we going to do what staff has suggested, which is to defer it to 2007 and then see how much money we've got in the reserve, in that reserve. I'm talking about Parkland. Parkland, and I'm you know, I think it's nice to proceed with things, but we can only do so many things at once, and so I'm okay with it being deferred to another year, as staff have suggested.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we should put $20,000 in. We can determine at another date which area, right? Councillor Woods brings up a good point at Farley's, but I always said I heard from people, if you put a dock in there, people won't be able to kind of have a dock and properly get their boats out and whatever because of rocks and things like that. So I don't know the answer we're talking Snakeskin or Farley's Road or Beach Road. We can determine that in a month or two, but the idea is we can put 20 grand in the budget and take it out of the stabilization fund or the Parkland, depending on how it all works out. We're going to have 20 grand worth of Parkland dedication this year. I think we've already had one. We've got other applications coming forward at the planning board that will be that'll be Parkland dedication, wouldn't it? Yeah. So anyway, wherever the money comes from, as long as it's not added to the tax levy. So that would be my suggestion.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd concur exactly with what Councillor Lamb just said there. Let's put 20 grand into the budget for this year. And it sounded like the majority of council was saying maybe Beach Road. Maybe with that being said, staff can look at Beach Road as the first option, and then if they think it's going to cost too much for Beach Road, they can come back with either Farley's or Snakeskin as a secondary option, but at least we have the $20,000 placeholder. And like Councillor Lamb said, it either comes out of the stabilization fund or comes out of the Parkland dedication fee, but at least we have it in our budget for the year, so staff knows about the project. Thank you.
So Councillor Ray and Councillor Woods, are you in favor of what is being suggested here? I want to move back to the to the our fees and charges, right? We're
I'm fine with that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods, you're okay with putting the 20,000 in as a draw on it's probably the stabilization reserve, in fact.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that, Mr. Mayor. And I know there's a lot around the boat launches when it goes out to taking a look. And Mike, I'd be more than willing to go out for a ride with you one day once the weather breaks and we can check some launch points and I can, give you my point of view or see what I think anyways, right? If you're interested.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a consensus then. Can we move back to facilities rentals? Facility rentals on page 13, please. Is there anything that anyone wants to discuss about facility rentals? We had a good discussion about it the other day. So.
Yeah, my only comment through you, Mr. Mayor, is not on the fees on this page. Is that we have to be very careful next year with Saturdays, particularly with the ice surface, right? If we're gonna, again, I think we pounded this one in, like, you can't have a 5-hour rental because somebody wants something on a Saturday, and you only have so many Saturdays and Sundays when people are up, either seasonal people who come up or local people, and to rentals have to be very, very carefully looked at, and I don't think they should be any more than an hour or two at the most, not 5 hours. So that's just an aside comment, but I have no problem with the fees on this page. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else on facilities? Can we move to landfill rates and fees, page 14?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might. At the last
maybe
meeting,
we can. Well, sorry. Before we do that, I just wondered if Jessica, if you can tell us, has anything changed on this from the last meeting?
Thank you, through your worship. No, I don't believe there was any changes to this schedule.
Okay, what did you want to say, Councillor Nash?
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. At the last meeting, I had raised a question about car batteries and tires, and I think the works manager was going to be looking into that, but I didn't see any update on here. So that's why I was just saying, are we going to be taking tires this year, and is there any update on that? Because I think it should be on here. Thank you.
Mike, any comments?
Your worship, one by me, I apologize. I will look into that as soon as possible again. Just been a little busy here, so I will get it back at that one.
We do, by the way, seem to take batteries or already. I know they don't appear on here, but
We take little batteries, but we don't take car batteries. It's right on the sign at the York that we don't take batteries or what was the other item? Sorry. There was two
Tires.
things that
Tires.
tires, yes, they're both on that sign that say we don't take them. So
oh, okay, all right.
The only thing through you,
So-
Mr. Mayor, was, again, I remind you that years ago, why tires, I think, were excluded.
Yeah.
I think it was, I may be wrong, but it was the trucking company out on Highway 24, I think, brought hundreds of tires in, right? Like, I think there's a big difference between someone say, well, 2 of my winter tires are I take them down to the landfill, but another thing if they're going to bring 50 of them, right? And are you suggesting, I guess, that there's a fee? I think Councillor Nash is suggesting there'd be a fee associated with it. So it should kind of cover our costs, right? To bring someone in to remove the tires or whatever we do. Because quite frankly, when I bought tires, I just go to Canadian Tire and they take the old ones, right? Maybe there's a small fee there too. So
Yeah,
anyway,
you are charged a tire replacement fee, a tire
yeah, that's what I thought.
scrap tire fee. Yeah, whatever they call
That's
it.
what I
Yeah.
think most people would do unless they just
Wow.
buy their own tires and put them on and say, what am I going to do with the old ones, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you are correct, Councillor Lamb, but the reason I'd suggested it is there's companies out there now, and Mike had mentioned it at the last meeting, they actually pay the municipality to take the tires away because there is that $5 or $6 charge that the government started a number of years ago. So if we take them, I think Mike even said his previous employer made a little bit of money off them, and lots of places say 4 tires a day to stop people coming in with hundreds. It's 4 tires a day or 6 tires a day or something like that, but they're not money losing because there's companies out there that take them to make money off now, and that way they don't end up at the edge of the roads. That's where I was coming from.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything else about
Yeah, one more, Mr. Mayor. Mike, it was also spoken about propane tanks. I think there was a problem last year, or maybe it was the year before, about propane tanks, and I think you were looking into it again, just to find out, are we taking them or are we not taking them? So if when you come back, if the list can be updated to at least show tires and propane tanks on there, so we don't forget to discuss it. But my guess is if the tires are not money losing and the propane tanks we can take, I'd certainly like to see them on there. I wouldn't like to see it cost us tens of thousands of dollars a year to do, but thank you.
Okay.
I'll look into it. I do know we got warned when we took the load of propane tanks from the landfill to the depot that we do not have proper placards for our vehicles to take as many as we took in, so you can only take a few at a time. From talking to the guys, that's where that came from, where they figured it'd be better for the public just to take them to the depot themselves as their hazardous waste. But I will look into that again.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Can we move on to planning services, please? Pages 15 and 16.
I don't have anything.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead.
It's the same question I raised at the last meeting, but I did see we changed a few things around here, which I appreciate. We showed $2 for the shore road allowance, non-refundable application fees. I'm just trying to find it here, and I'm not sure if our planning assistants at the meeting maybe should be able to help. Oh, there it is. So on page 16 of 24, we have agreement, section 5126 Planning Act, new. Non-refundable application fee, that wasn't there before, but now it's $300. And now we have deposit for professional services, planning consultant or legal. And I guess, for a few things, I don't think it should go under site plan agreement because it's not highlighted under site plan. Like, it's highlighted under site plan agreement, but I don't think it would go under site plan agreement. But I'm not sure what the non-refundable application fee is. The applications are submitted to the planning board. That's the people that didn't take it. There is no application fee associated with the municipality because it goes to the planning board. So I think that $300 shouldn't be there. And again, if we're expecting, we can't just say legal fees in here. Because if somebody takes us to the land tribunal, those aren't legal fees that we're allowed to charge back to an applicant because we want to fight them in court. So the way we've written it here wouldn't be legally binding, I'm going to say. And what we do as a municipality, when we provide comments to the planning board, because all we are as a municipality, as everybody's aware, is just a commenting agency, nothing more. That's all we are. We comment to the planning board who makes the decisions. What we do a lot of the time is we'll say, we'd like you to add certain conditions to the planning board approval, and they might be 911 numbering. They might be a 5126 to do with a septic system or a private road. But when we do that, we always have a caveat at the bottom of it as one of the conditions, which is to pay for the planning service fees or to pay for the registration of a document through a lawyer. So we already say that as a condition. So I'm not sure why we're putting it in here when we already have a condition that we ask the planning board to include, which they always have included in the past. That is the way we get our money back. There's a condition, and then in order for the applicant, the planning board always requires a letter of compliance, I'll call it, from the municipality that says, yes, application Mr. Smith has fulfilled his 4 conditions that were added to the planning board's decision: 911 numbering, 5126, payment of fees. So we have a way to recuperate everything because we ensure that we do that. If not, we don't issue the letter of compliance, and therefore the lots can never be registered because the planning board never gets that letter of clearance. So I don't know why we have it here. Again, I think we're taking an idea and we're making it really complicated. But then the next part of that would be, when do you charge this? You don't even know if there's going to be a 5126 when somebody comes in with a consent application or not. So then what's going to happen? Then the planning board's going to have to say, within 30 days of approval, you have to give a deposit to the municipality. Like, there's so many moving parts because we aren't the people looking at the applications. We're not the ones finalizing the applications. We're just a commenting agency. So again, those things are the planning board's decision. We ask for conditions to be put in.
Okay.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor, just finishing up.
Well,
Just finishing up here, Mr. Mayor.
please finish up here.
Yeah, we ask for the items to be included with the planning board. The planning board may include them or may not. For the most of the part, they do include them. And we already have a recuperation tool, which is that letter of compliance. So again, we do get paid because the planning board makes sure we do, because we wouldn't give a letter of compliance to them. So there is no need for this to be here whatsoever. It's just a lot of wasted time and effort on staff's part to keep track of something, and then we don't need it there, as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
So this is an exact repeat of a discussion we had at the previous meeting, and I agreed then, and I think still agree with what Councillor Nash is saying. But I don't think we agreed to instruct staff to remove it from the schedule. Is there anyone who can defend why this should be here? So we can move on, or
What kind of revenue comes from non-refundable application fee? Is Paul on the phone?
I have Paula with me in the office, through your worship. She did indicate we can remove that deposit for professional services. And the non-refundable application fee is new, and it's meant to cover her processing time of the application.
Through you, Mr. Worship, that is true. It's just the staff time to preparing the the agreement, forwarding it to the lawyer's office, sending it back to staff, and bring it forward to council for their passing of the bylaw.
But you can charge that back to the customer. Can you, under our current regime, can you not?
I don't believe so, through your worship.
I don't know why you wouldn't, because it's, as Councillor Nash has read out our
Okay.
standard wording on these things. If there's a 5126, well, then never mind whether this is all about a 5126, but regardless, it's whatever is necessary to be done that involves staff time, either by us or by the planning board, should be billed back to the customer. We shouldn't be absorbing it. We should bill it to them. And there's always a condition, even if there's no 5126, there's a condition that says all applicable fees of the municipality or the planning board, something like some wording to that effect, they agree to pay, right? So I don't know why you wouldn't just stick it on the invoice and said, here's, if a 5126 was required, we paid our planning assistant to draft one and our legal counsel to review it, or whatever it is, whatever that time and cost is, we should add something to the, I guess if you wanted to say, look, if we're going to have a 5126, you're going to get billed a certain amount of staff time, but you would still end up with the possibility that it might go to a lawyer or a planning consultant or something, and there would be additional fees chargeable against it. So I just don't understand why it has to be listed here.
Through your worship, I think the intention was that this was the estimated cost of what for the municipality if we get one of these applications. So just for transparency, we wanted to lay it out.
Otherwise, what would you be doing? Keeping an hour by hour tabulation of Paula's time on a file?
Right, and it would end up being around $300 anyway.
And one question through you, Mr. Mayor. Why are we keeping track of the time? Like, this is where, when it comes to consents or subdivision, like, we haven't even included a fee here for a subdivision application, but if somebody's working on a 5126, we can simply say to the applicant, please have your lawyer work on the 5126 and send it to our lawyer for review. Or we can say, we'll pass it on to our planner to work on, who will have a fee, and it comes back. I don't know what the staff time is. All that we get is simply a report for a consent application, a report from the planning board, which is, I'll use, it comes into the planning assistant. The planning assistant includes it into our agenda. That's it. And then it's, can I get a 911 address? That's the building department, but they're automatically generated for, like, there's not much costs that are associated with it. And I don't know why we're taking a consent application and then saying, for so many other things, the staff time is just the staff time. But if you're doing a consent, we're going to keep track of our staff time to do it, not our consultants, our staff time. We don't keep track of staff time for any other thing. Why would we do it for this? I totally agree. And I'm glad I have the support of the mayor saying I don't think we should have it here, because there is, like I've already said, mechanisms. We use a lawyer, there's a bill. The bill that's generated, the client pays. We've used our planner, or we had to get a special report. That consultant bill is received. We pass it on. We don't need to include our planning assistant's 1 hour time to look at an application or to reread a report that comes from the Parry Sound and Area Planning Board, right? I don't think there's that much time, and we should be really supporting consents or subdivisions if they're done in a systematic way, if they're done from an environmental standpoint in a good way, We need tax dollars. The only way we get tax dollars in, which I've said every year since I've been on council, is either to raise taxes or to allow more properties. Because by allowing another property, you get parkland dedication fees and you increase your tax base. That's the only way we can get money in, and grants. Why try and scare people off by saying we're going to nickel and dime you for a few hours that staff might take on looking at this application when we don't do that for other things? And we want people to do it in a proper, systematical way, an environmental approach way, so that we get more tax dollars. So again, I agree, and I again thank the mayor for his support in saying I think this whole item should just come out. Thank you.
Could we just hear from the other councillors who haven't spoken, please? Do you want to leave it there, or?
So you're just, through you, Mr. Mayor, you're just talking about the 5126 area, right? You're not talking about everything else.
Those two, there are three lines there that the
Okay.
one in bold, well, two lines that come under agreement section 5126 Planning Act new. The two lines
So,
underneath that.
My position on the whole thing is, if you come in and you want something on, to do with your land or a subdivision or whatever, and that the applicant should be paying just as they are under a minor variance or an encroachment agreement. And I realize the planning board is there, but I don't, I think all staff is trying to say is, the average is $300. So let's charge $300. It's not, if I come in and want a minor variance, there's a fee associated with it. Anyway, as long as costs are paid for, that's my position. Because they are for most other planning type services. So that's my 2 cents worth. I don't know whether it should be here or there or whatever, but thank you.
The thing about it is the applicant does not apply for a 5126. We, the municipality, add that as a condition or recommend that as a condition. Right. So
that's fine, as long as
but I'm not arguing that we shouldn't get the amount, whatever the amount of money is. And you'll notice this deposit for professional services. If you look at the notes at the very bottom of the table, the second note covers that, says any additional costs incurred by the municipality, et cetera, et cetera. So they know they're going to pay for it. It's just the suggestion that up front, at the moment when the municipality says there needs to be a 5126 before the application can proceed, the applicant has to walk in another $1,300. I think that is the literal effect of this as I read it. So as soon as we decide that they need a 5126, then the applicant is going to get a bill from the municipality for $1,300 towards the costs of the 5126. And that's the, unless I've got this wrong, Jessica or Paula, that's the net effect of passing this. So it's just a question of whether we want to put it into the schedule and make people aware that if this is required, you're going to be expected to pay it up front before we produce the 5126. Or not. That's the decision we're trying to make here today. Do we want it in, or do we want to? We can still collect the $1,300 and more, but do we want to have it in the schedule? I guess. Councillor Woods, do you have an opinion? Councillor Gray?
Mr. Mayor, from what I've heard from everybody, to me, take it out and charge them for the planning services. You have to pay for the planning services portion. That's written in every motion for every land transaction deal that there's done, right?
Yeah.
That'd be my opinion anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Bray?
Well, my thought is to leave it in, because then it's up front for people to see what it is and that they are going to have to pay it. But if you feel that we let them know in advance as to these costs, so that it's not a bill coming after the fact, I'll be all right with us taking it out. I can understand why staff are putting it in there. It's just as so that people understand what the costs are. Some costs are go along with 5126. So, and I look at the other municipalities and I see, you know, Magnetawan charges, McKellar charges. So, you know, I look at them and I say, well, that, you know, we're following along with the other municipalities, and McKellar we share planning with McKellar, so, you know, they haven't taken that out. And Magnetawan uses it. I know McDougall and Carling now will do their own. So, anyways, I'll go with what the rest of council wants.
So what's your pleasure, council? All those in favor of removing it?
I think the
Counselor
consensus is to remove it.
Yeah.
Counselor Bray and I are sort of questioning it a bit, but I think the other three on council want it, so I guess it comes out. Let's move on.
It could also be another suggestion that you could think about is it could be put as a third note at the bottom of the page, something to the effect that if a 5126 is required, additional charges of
Actual costs.
will you know, additional will be an additional cost that, you know, it's already kind of says that, but just to make it clear that so you somehow or other you're letting people know that they could get a charge for that.
Yeah, I would agree with putting something in to say that that could be added on.
As a note, just as a note at the bottom. It's not a set fee, but it's a. Okay, so can we move on to building department? Item D.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Thanks,
What did we
Mr.
make?
Mayor.
Did we? I try to keep asking. Did our treasurer? Did we make any changes to this since the last one?
Thank you, through your worship. I believe just the inactive permit, we included a note that there was no change in. There's a CAO report coming for the March 17th meeting for discussion. And the reinspection was increased from $50 to $100.
Okay, so is there anything for us to discuss at this point then?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple comments. So, thank you. I see that at the discretion of the CBO has been scratched off in a couple places. I thank staff for that. I know we had a long discussion about that at the last meeting, so I don't want to go back and reinvestigate that. But the inactive permit fees per inspection after 3 years, no change. And then I know, as Jessica said, that there's a report coming, but I'd like to add another item. Maybe it's 18A and then there's an 18B, but what I'd like to see there is a yearly fee, like a maintenance fee. I think the building inspector had brought it up. So you have an inactive permit fee, which is if it takes you more than 3 years, you're going to have a $200 fee every time that a staff comes out because you've had it open for 3 years. Again, we talked about it in great detail at the last meeting, so I don't want to go into that part. But the yearly permit maintenance fee, I think, would be a great idea to have here. And I think it's really going to help people to close their permits. But instead of saying 3 years for the yearly building permit maintenance fee, I say we start that at 5 years. So basically, if you've started your build and it's taken you 48 months to complete and you got your final permit after the 36 months, you're going to have to pay the $200 inspection fee when the building inspector comes out, and you're done. That's all it's going to cost you, is that extra $200 because you took more than 3 years to get your building permit completed. That'll help some people act because they know they're going to be charged this $200. And then if we say, however, if you're taking an inordinately long time, which we're going to say is 5 years to finish off, and there's no reasonable reason why it shouldn't be done in 3 years, but we'll say we'll give you a couple extra years to be 5. And then if it's after 5, your permit's still open. So if you pulled a permit out in 2021, because we're now 2026, we're going to charge you a yearly fee. That yearly fee will be charged to you. Plus, whenever I come out, you'll get $200. And I say that yearly maintenance fee should be $1,000. If somebody wants to take 5 years to complete a build, we as a municipality will charge you $1,000 every year for that permit to remain open. And the hopes of that is that nobody will want to be paying $1,000 a year to keep their permit open, and therefore they will close them. And I think what you'd see is a whole bunch of people paying, not paying, and having inspections in order to get it done, in the select few that want their vapor barrier showing or their Tyvek showing, so that they think they're going to be saving on taxes because MPAC won't assess them at the fully completed value. We're going to be getting $1,000, I'm going to say it, of deferred tax revenue in for those people that are trying to beat the system. That way, we give them a couple extra years, like I said, after the 36 months. So when it hits 60 months, there's a bill that goes in the mail for $1,000 at the anniversary every year. And again, the pressure of that is to get people to close their permits. But if you're between the 36 months and the 60 months, you're only going to be charged the inactive permit fee, which is a $200 for an inspection. And I know the building inspector talked about a yearly maintenance fee, and I think it actually makes sense. But let's make it a really high number so that people do not want to keep their permits open. And with that funds, if we get more in, because we shouldn't really be creating a huge surplus in building, we can use that money to be it hire a student or hire a consultant or have further staff that we can pay and take it out of building to go after the illegal builds, go after the items where MPAC doesn't have it. So I think that's what we can do with that extra funding. And if anything, by increasing it to $1,000, I think Councillor Lamb had mentioned about how can we find $20,000. And I think this would be a really easy way to find $20,000 extra in our budget, because I guarantee there's going to be at least 20 people this year that'll be paying the $1,000 for permits that are over 5 years old. I'm guessing it's going to be a huge number. And I think that's a great way to increase our revenue, thus decreasing our tax rate to under that 3% if possible. Thank you.
Okay, I want to give the CIO a chance to respond. Maybe he has some of this in the report that he's bringing on March 17th. Is that?
Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you, that this idea is incorporated in my report in the discussion about the inactive permit fees. So, I mean, the fee level maybe is different than what, Councillor Nash is suggesting, but the idea is in the report, and certainly it's up for discussion, and it will be on the March 17th agenda.
Okay, so can we defer this one till March 7th till we have that report then? Is there anything else on this schedule that you want to?
Well, there is. I want to comment on this one, and it's coming, so I won't, I guess what Councillor Nash is suggesting is this be made retroactive. So anyone from 2020 or whatever, 2021 backwards, who's been 5 years, get a letter saying it's $1,000 or whatever. But anyway, I'll defer the whole discussion until our March meeting. I had another question on here, and I can't find it. When I was reading all this, I thought I saw a line that said non-compliant something or other, non-compliant something. Where was that in here? Or did I miss it? non-compliant fee or something? Did I miss something? Oh, sorry.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
no,
for it.
I'm on, yeah.
Our CBO has his hand raised, Mr. Mayor. I noticed it there. I think Jamie might be able to help us out here.
Okay, well, does anybody, can you shed any light on what Councillor Lamb is talking about at the moment, Jamie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure what Councillor Lamb is referencing with regards to a non-compliant fee. The only thing that would kind of be along that line was the increase from 50 to 100 for an inspection when they weren't ready. But as for a non-compliant fee, I'm not sure what he's referencing. But just with regards to the annual maintenance fee, like you can't make that a retroactive requirement. Like it wouldn't be for previous permits taken out before the passing of this fees and charges bylaw. And then further to that, any revenue generated from that can't be used outside of the building department. So I just wanted to shed the light on that.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Those are important points.
Yeah.
But anyway,
And
I
through you-
don't see any reference to non-compliance, Councillor Lamb. I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
maybe what it was on the next page. What's a special inspection?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we had this discussion at the previous meeting where, again, I'm not sure what that is referencing, whether it be a additional inspection that the CBO felt was necessary outside of your prescribed inspections. But again, that's not something in my years here that has been charged. Other than just like a permit transfer, I've done that, but not a special inspection.
Well, other communities have it. Maybe someone should check out what Magnetawan or McDougall, how they define a special inspection. Because maybe maybe we're missing out on something we should be doing soon. Anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I might be able to help you on that one, Councillor Lamb. I think certainly I know it for ESA, but what they're probably referring to is a lot of municipalities, smaller municipalities, will have something that'll say, on Mondays, I'm going to do the Ardbeg area. On Tuesdays, I'll do the Maple Island area. On Wednesdays, I'll do the Dunchurch area. And if you need it done when I'm not in that area, I'm going to charge you a special inspection fee. So if you need me out, right away, and it's not the day I'm going to be in that area, you're going to get charged. So that's what happens with the ESA. I think they used to be a Wednesday or a Thursday for the Whitestone, like the entire municipality. And if you wanted them another day, staff know that Mondays I'm out of Bolger, Tuesdays I'm over here, Wednesdays I'm over here, and if you need it done another time, I'm going to charge extra money. I think that's what that would be coming from.
So I guess I'll go back to my well, maybe that's what it is, but I'll go back to my non-compliance thing. So you go to someone's place and you say, hey, that's illegal. I'll give you 3 months to correct it, right? And you go back 3 months later and it's not corrected. They haven't complied with your order. Is there a fee associated with that non-compliance? And secondly, should there be?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if there was a posted order to comply and compliance was not achieved within the timeline, at that point you would start legal proceedings to charge them or get fees for that.
Okay, that's fair. I did read something about non-compliance. I'll probably find it a week from now. But anyway, thank you.
And
that's sorry, that's just to be clear. Non-compliance is different. Is is in this sense his refusal to comply, as opposed to, okay, like, Jamie may say to somebody, well, you need to fix this up. Then he comes back in a few weeks and they haven't fixed it up. They've tried to fix it up, but they haven't addressed it properly or whatever. And he may come to them and say, sorry, that's still not good enough. That's not going to result in charges. It's if they are refusing to obey a posted order is non-compliance. Just again, this is Building Code Act.
Yeah.
And
specific.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have one more comment, and it was just a comment about the not backdating. I'm going to use the word backdating, about annual maintenance building permit fee. And in all the stuff that I've looked at and the municipal lawyers I've spoken to, if we change a fee structure in our fees and charges bylaw to say that if you have a building permit that was taken out in 2010 and in 2025 we're going to add a yearly maintenance fee onto that building permit, you are allowed to charge that. That's a new fee. What you're not allowed to do is to say, oh, your building permit's still open and we've increased our building permit fee. So even though you only paid $2,000 for your building permit 15 years ago, we're now going to charge you an extra $20,000 because our fees have gone up. That you can't do. But if we're implementing something new to say that we're going to charge you, I'd really ask staff to come back with a legal opinion on what we were told that we cannot go back to previous permits, because from what I'm told by legal information is that, yes, by all means, you can charge a yearly maintenance fee for permits if you enact it now and that permit is over the age, if we say 5 years, if it's from 2020, you can charge that fee. You can't go back for other things, but certainly you can charge for a permit that hasn't been closed. So I'd ask staff for that March meeting if they can come back to make sure we have a legal answer on that from a lawyer that deals with municipal lands, which I think is very important. And the last question I had, and I really don't understand it, right below Schedule D, and it's in yellow, it says additional fees to be added. Temporary structures, $100 for a tent. And I know we didn't talk about it the last meeting, but for why on God's green earth are we going to be charging somebody to put a tent up on their property? We don't charge for trailers. Why would we be even thinking about charging $100 for a tent and then $200 if construction is required? You can have a trailer on your property, but we're going to charge somebody for a tent now. So where did that come from? Why is it not listed here? And why is it just in the top corner to be added and not showing, so we can have proper discussion about it? Thank you.
I don't even know where you see that, but
At the
anyway.
top, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's at the top of Schedule D. That was a line that I was suggesting we add with regards to a temporary structure, such as a tent set up for a wedding. Several other municipalities have this fee where you do need to get a permit for a tent of a certain size for events such as a wedding or a family reunion or what have you. So that's what that fee was referencing.
Okay, thank you. But why wouldn't it have been listed then under, say, item 25? Why is it not listed in the spreadsheet itself and it's at the top? But if you can answer that, but also I'm not in support of that. If somebody's going to come out and do an event and they're going to have a party rental tent, let's not get into City of Toronto and ask for permits for every single thing. I wouldn't be in support of that. So I'm glad I brought it up. The way I read it was that our building department is going to be asking if you had just like, I'm going camping for the weekend, not a party tent. But I still wouldn't be in support of the party tent. I don't think people are really going to know about that up here. I don't think we see that too often. And if somebody's going to have a wedding up here or a reunion, I think that's a great thing, and I'd support them full-heartedly and wouldn't want to make them go out and get a permit for something like that. Thank you.
Again, where is this in the top of Schedule D, is it? Where does it say that?
Yeah, right. Sorry,
It's in
through
yellow.
you, Mr. Yeah, it's in yellow, right below the word Schedule D, right to the right of the letter D.
Okay.
It says it right at the top. But that's what I mean. It wasn't listed in the big long sheet. It's just at the top. It says additional fees to be added in yellow. And then next to it, Councillor Lamb, it says temporary structures, $100 tent.
Yeah, but you're not suggesting we get rid of the 200 for construction is required, is it? I mean, is that if I want to put up a small shed and I'm building my place?
Through you,
No.
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Lamb, yes, that is correct. It's
Yeah,
just
well,
temporary.
I think that's fair ball.
And with
The
regards,
tent thing doesn't bother me so
well,
much.
with
but
regards to
again, some of these tents for weddings and whatever are substantial, right? And there's a liability risk in there. So I don't know whether we're better to have it in or take it out, quite frankly, from a liability standpoint. Maybe we assume more liability if we have a fee.
through you, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the temporary structure and council's not wanting to support them getting a permit, that's not really their decision. That's a building code requirement. For a tent of a certain size, you need a permit. If they don't want to have a specific fee of $100 to get that tent, then I'll have to find somewhere else to fit it where it falls into the existing fee schedule. That's why I was trying to just have its own area where it was just $100, because you are required to get a building permit for a tent for your wedding, dependent on the size of it. That's not a decision council can't make a decision to say, no, they don't need a permit for that when that's a building code requirement. So just to add that.
So
Mr.
through
Mayor.
you,
Yeah, right.
sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, where is it, Jamie? What part of the building department and what size tent is it? If you're rhyming off that we can't do these things, I'm sure you have that information handy. What exact section is it of the building code that says that you have to take out a permit for a tent?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this point during the discussion about a Schedule D, I don't see the necessity for me to have to rhyme off my knowledge of the building code. When it's in the building code, it's a designated structure. Tent of a certain size requires a building permit.
Right. So, Jamie, I'm asking what section is it? If you're saying it's there and of a certain size, I'm asking what size it is.
I
And
don't
yes,
see why
I'm
that's
allowed to ask
relevant
these.
at this point.
He does.
Jamie, because I'm asking the question, I'm allowed to ask these questions. That's why there's staff there to answer council questions instead of
He
saying,
can get
I
back,
don't think I need to answer those.
he can get back to us and tell us where it is.
Because he probably doesn't have the information handy, Mr. Mayor, and he's rhyming it off.
I feel
That's
that
why
this
I'm
is an
asking
I'm gonna
attack
put a
on me by
stop to this.
council, so
Both of
I'm
you.
going to end this meeting. I do not appreciate the tone and the derogatory comments and the
Well, and I have a question, but Scott, I think
Okay. We're done with the question about the tent. Well, let's move on to something else.
Mr. Mayor,
hold it.
Well, I was still talking about the tent. I have 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor, and I'm going to talk for my 5 minutes.
You already
And you
talked
can't call me
5
on-
minutes
no.
about it.
No, I didn't. And then the building inspector just spoke and said he's going to end the meeting, which he's entitled to. He
Just
can leave if
hold
he
on,
wants.
Scott. This
But
isn't
I'm gonna
necessary.
But
Can
I'm
I
going to
just say
finish my
something,
5.
Scott?
No, I'm going to finish my
I'm-
5
I'm-
minutes here.
Mr.
Mr. Mayor, you cannot call me out of order. I got
Yes,
5 minutes.
I
building
can call you out of
Mr.
order. I'm sorry. We're look,
Mr. Mayor, I did not speak about the tent for 5 minutes. Ask Wendy, who has
Please
a timer
not go
up,
off the
and it
call,
was not
Jamie, please.
5 minutes. All right? I have the right to finish my talk. And yes, we have some differences as council on what we'd like to seize as fees. We have big concerns, unlike we want to talk about fees. We have big concerns that letters weren't sent out by our building department. And it's been going on for months and months and months.
okay,
And
look,
then
I am
it
going
doesn't- Mr.
to
Mayor,
cut you off. You
Mr.
may not
Mr.
repeat
Mayor, you cannot,
the discussion
you
from the
cannot,
last
Mr.
meeting.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I could read the newspaper for 5 minutes if I want. We have the right to talk for 5 minutes.
Okay,
period.
I'm going to direct
Don't-
staff to disconnect you, Councillor Nash. I'm sorry. This is I'm ejecting you from the meeting. You're
Okay,
out of order
so-
and you're just wasting
So
our time.
I'm going to ask
Just
if
hold
I'm
on.
out of order
Before-
and to take
just-
a
just
special
hold-
vote, Mr. Mayor. Like, what is wrong with you, Mr. Mayor? You
Okay,
can't cut
listen.
people off like this.
Listen,
I'm
can I
asking
say
for
something,
a vote.
please? Jesus
Uh,
Christ.
Before you say something, Councillor Lamb, I want to vote to see if I'm out of order for talking for my 5 minutes.
Please vote him out of order, please, so that we can get on with this meeting. We've had enough attacks on staff in one meeting. We don't need any more.
I'm not attacking staff at all,
Yes,
Mr.
you
Mayor.
are.
I'm
That's
wanting
exactly what you
No,
were
I'm
doing.
not. I'm wanting to talk for 5 minutes. No, just for the record, I asked where it was in the building department or where it was in the building code that said the size of tent, and it was
And
staff that refused, Mr. Mayor, don't cut me off. It was staff that refused to answer the question.
No.
Yes, that's what happened.
I
Listen to
said
the
we
recording.
would get you the answer to where it is in the building code. I don't know
Right,
from
and
memory
then
where it
you
is
said
either.
you're going to
but-
cut me off, so I'm asking that there be a vote to see if I was out of order for talking for my 5 minutes. And I feel that I've been
All right, all
impugned in
those
terms of
all
everyone
those
said.
who believe that Councillor Nash should
A recorded vote, please.
stand down.
So-
Recorded vote.
I can't say a doggone thing, right? So we're just gonna go, is he out of order? Is he not out of order for 5
No,
minutes?
if you're
But
kicking-
like this
it's if you're
has gotten
kicking me out of-
way, this is, hold it.
It-
I had the floor now.
Well, the vote's on if I'm being kicked out of the meeting, Mr. Lamb.
Counselor Lamb.
And I'm asking for a recorded vote.
I think we get into this and it's ridiculous, okay? I told someone this meeting wouldn't last any more than 12 noon, and look at where we are, but I guess that's democracy and people get to say what they want. Scott, or Councillor Nash, the way I heard it was you asked Jamie to quote you chapter and verse, and he said, basically, I did come to the meeting to kind of do that, but I don't think he had chapter and verse, and he'd get back to you on chapter and verse, and I think that's a reasonable answer to the question, right? And I find, the personal, I think you said one or two things in there that I do read as personal attacks, right? Do I think it's to the level that you should be kicked out of the meeting and I'm not going to vote for that. I think everyone needs to settle down. We know about the inactive permits. We already dealt with it because Nigel said there's a report coming, but yet you had to, put it back in there, which, whether you know it or not, seems like a jab to the building inspector. So what I'd suggest we do is everyone just back off, George. Don't kick him out of the meeting and force a vote. And we just get back on to stuff, right? Like, I don't know. It's tiring, people. It's really tiring when we get into this sort of debate. And anyway, I'm not going to vote to kick Councillor Nash out, but I think you have to be really careful about attacks or whatever. Maybe attack is too much. Derogatory things about staff in public. So that's all I have to say. Other than I did find, just for levity, the non-compliant thing I was talking about is under general government. So I'll be getting to it when I get there, because it says building and zoning compliance letter, $100. So anyway, I'll talk about it at that point. So thank you.
So it
Mr.
asks
Mayor.
for the vote now, Mr. Mayor, if I could, a recorded vote on if I should be kicked out of the meeting, and I'd like to be recorded because I want it to be in the meeting minutes. So can we please have the vote, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor
So I
Nash,
can please
the
finish my
vote
5
is not, just to be, as a matter of a point of order, the vote is not on whether you're to be kicked out. I have the authority to eject you from the meeting by the Municipal Act, which I can exercise. I don't need a vote from council to do it. What I am asking you to do, and I'm asking you nicely, is to move on from this schedule and go to the next one so we can finish on with our meeting. And then we
with
don't
all
need
due
to,
respect,
if
Mr.
you want,
Mayor,
if you
I will
want to
talk
have a
about-
vote, if you insist on a vote, then I will insist on my right under the Municipal Act to remove you, and then we'll
right.
move on.
And you, okay, Mr. Mayor, I'm insisting on a vote. And if you read the procedural bylaw for the number I always bring up all the time, if it is found that you're acting out of, you cannot kick me out if I'm not entitled to be kicked out because of a council vote, which is why I'm asking for a council
That is
vote.
not correct.
Well, it is. Have this. Let's go on hold for 10 minutes. Let's have staff look up the exact section I'm talking about. I'm not going to tell you what section it is.
It
You
has
guys
nothing
can go
to
on
do
hold.
with the procedure
Mr. Mayor,
bylaw. The Municipal
Mr.
Act has
Mayor,
precedent over the
but
procedure
I have the
bylaw, and
right
you know
to-
that.
One
I
at a
have-
time, one at a time, please.
Okay,
And Mr.
staff,
Mayor, I
please-
have the
please
right
just
to say,
eject Councillor Nash from the
Mr.
meeting.
Mayor,
We've had enough here.
you aren't allowed to do that under
I
the
am allowed to
procedural
do it.
bylaw. Okay, have staff tell it where exactly is that? Where is that in the procedural or in the Municipal Act? If the mayor can't just say, I don't like Councillor Lamb, you can't attend the meeting, goodbye. You can try, but then there's a vote on it. That's the
No,
whole
there
reason
isn't.
why. If
No,
not,
there
you could say, today, I'm not going to have Councillor Lamb attend or Councillor Woods because I'm asking that you leave the meeting. And then we'd have a vote on it. But you can't just say arbitrarily, you're gone just because I want you to be gone. It doesn't work that way, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, it does, unfortunately, because you don't have an adequate understanding of the law, but I'll get you the
Well,
section
actually-
that, I will read you the
actually, I
section
do.
that it is.
That's fine. Take your time to read it, and then staff can come up with the
I
part
will have
I'm
to
asking.
bring it, I will have to bring it up in my screen. It's gonna take a minute, but
Why don't we take a 5-minute
Mister-
recess and you look it up and we'll come back in 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Woods, did you wish to say something?
can I just say something about this tent thing? Because this was a very long discussion in the last term of council when it came to tents or temporary structures being put up in the municipality. And even before that, it was discussed in our zoning bylaw update and amendments with John Jackson years ago. Now, on a quick search here on my phone, while everybody's disagreeing, we'll say, there's multiple different municipalities that will charge, but I haven't been able to find anything yet that says about a specific size or a specific reason as to why charge for a temporary structure. And you can just ask Google that. But one part that I did find was somewhere in the area of 60 meters squared. Something bigger than that would require a building permit. Now, I'm not sure because it's just a quick Google search, and that came up under Haldeman County tent for assembly use process. I'm not sure if that's something that it's like the temporary tents, like the shelter logic structures that you're going to set up and have forever, or just for a specific event. That's all I was trying to say. But I don't know. I think this is kind of an absolutely ridiculous discussion to be having right now, in all honesty. I'm going to charge $100 for somebody to put a tent on their property if they're going to have a wedding. If they say absolutely yes, we have to charge it under the building code, okay, fine and dandy. But to have all of this arguing is, and I'm using my best behavior here, but it's ridiculous. Absolutely, utterly, and I would love to use the words that I would like to, but ridiculous is what I will say.
Oh, man.
So the Ontario Building Code says, section 3.14, a tent or a group of tents, no, sorry, wrong one. Tents, they talk about that the amount, the size in ground or ground area. They talk about how close it is to the property line. They talk about all kinds of things, needing a permit. So I think there's something in there that talks about it. And we could just wait and get it later and not have this discussion. Honest to goodness, this is so annoying. I'm going to, are we having a break?
Well,
I'd like to
I'm
have
sorry,
a break.
but I think we do
Well,
have
but
several items to do. So I would
Well,
say that we
so-
have
Well, I
probably
think-
half an hour to an
Well,
hour's more work to do. So
so-
should we break for lunch and then come back, or what?
well, Mr. Mayor, we're still in the middle of trying to pull out these items, and Councillor Wood spoke after. I'd asked for a vote. Councillor Lamb spoke after. I'd asked for a vote. Councillor Bray spoke after we talked for a vote. I've asked for a vote about 15 minutes ago. So now I'm going to talk about my little part to do with this for a few minutes. So Councillor Woods brought up some great ideas. I think it's funny. I think we've made to be look like fools. But do you know why? Partly because people are called out of order, but we're here to talk about a fees and charges bylaw. And when somebody asks a question, which I was told by the building department that, well, you guys don't have a say and we have to charge it, it's under the building code. If we're supposed to be talking about the fees and charges bylaw on Schedule D, how can we talk about it if staff are coming without the information we need to make adequate decisions? Well, let's just push it off to the next meeting. We're here to talk about this page today. That's what we have a special meeting for today. So when somebody asks, instead you have Councillor Woods looking it up and Councillor Bray looking it up because our building department refuses to answer the question. And there's not a problem with that to anybody else on council, I'm going to say. But I'm like, what the heck is going on here? Staff won't answer it. Council's having to look it up because staff are refusing to answer it. We're in a meeting, and we're in a meeting to go over the schedule, and the information isn't in front of us. That's what I'm annoyed at. What size building does it say then? It's a very simple question. Instead, it's all these personal attacks or whatever might go on, and I don't understand it. It doesn't say here the size of tent. It wasn't under 25. It's just thrown in the top corner. So, again, we're here today to talk about the fees and charges bylaw. That's what we're here for. Not March 17th. March 17th is about the $200 inactive fee and why we weren't charging it. That's what that's for. I also asked for another item to be included on here, which was the maintenance fee. Is that going to be included on here? Well, let's just talk about it at another meeting, and then it will come up again. But have you had your time, Mr. Mayor, to find where it says that you can kick anybody out of a meeting for any reason and nobody on council can have a vote and you just have the free-for-all? Have you been able to find that yet, Mr. Mayor?
No, I can't because I'm looking at it on the phone. Otherwise, I would have to.
Okay, let's take
I could get it a lot
let's take
faster.
I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break and come back. And the mayor can look whatever it is that he
All
wants.
right, we'll do that.
Can council, sorry, through your worship, staff are just asking if we can take a longer break so we can have lunch. Would it be okay if we took about 40 minutes?
Well,
No.
before that, I have the right under the procedural bylaw to ask for a vote, and there's not even supposed to be discussion after I ask for that vote. So I'm not going to let this go on for 45 minutes during a lunch break without the vote. I'm not going to allow it to happen. I've asked for a vote. I've asked for a recorded vote. The CAO knows the section I'm talking about. He can read it out, call the vote. And then if during the lunch hour, Mr. Mayor wants to say why he can kick me out, then if
Well,
he's entitled to after that vote's taken and he kicks me out, so he kicks me out. I think it'll be a big funny moment, but I still have the right to call
yeah,
for my vote.
I
Which
don't
I'm
know
happy.
why through you, Mr. Mayor, we can't just bring the temperature down. We'll take a break. It's 40 minutes. It's an important thing. The mayor will look up whatever information. I'm sure staff will look up whatever information, and that will enlighten the rest of council as to what they're voting on specifically and what they're not
Why?
voting on and what the rules
Because
are and what they are. Just because you ask for a vote doesn't mean that we can't take a break if 3 people on council want to take a break.
Well,
I don't
actually, the procedural bylaw says the second somebody asks for it, the vote will be taken without further debate. So yes, it is, Councillor Lamb. With everybody on council should know these rules inside and out. But every time it's brought up, and when I get insulted, I take offense just like the building inspector might. He's entitled to do that. I'm entitled to do it. If I'm being called out of order, if I'm being stopped without my 5 minutes, the great thing of democracy in our wonderful country of Canada is I have the right to ask for a vote on it.
I
And
didn't
that's right in our
hear,
procedural bylaw.
I did not hear the mayor say that you're out of order. I heard the mayor say, I'm injecting you from the meeting. That's what I heard. And that's the question he hasn't said, I think by inference, he's saying you're out of order, but I think we're dealing with, can he eject you or can he not? And
Okay,
that's why I think a break is necessary, right?
Well, so if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Lamb, he didn't let me speak for my 5 minutes. That was one. Then he asked staff to kick me out, not once, but on 2 different occasions. I asked for a vote. I'm going to read it because it doesn't seem like anybody else knows these things. I'm going to read both point of procedure and point of privilege. Point of procedure. A member may raise a point. A member may raise a point of procedure order with the chair at any time, whereupon the chair will interrupt the matter under consideration, ask the member raising the point of procedure order to state the substance and basis of the point of procedure order, rule on the point of order immediately without debate by council, and then after that, a member may appeal the ruling of the chair to council. Council will then decide on the appeal without debate by way of majority vote of the members present. If there is no appeal, the decision of the chair is final. And then point of privilege. A member may raise a point of privilege with the chair at any time if they consider that the integrity of council, a member of staff, or a member of the public is being impunged. Once a point of privilege is recognized, the chair will, number 1, interrupt the meeting under consideration or the matter. Ask the member raising the point of privilege to state the substance of and the basis of the point of privilege and rule on the point of privilege immediately without debate by council. A member may appeal the ruling of the chair to council. Council will then decide on the appeal without debate by way of majority vote of members present. A member may appeal and then it says, if no appeal, the decision of the chair will be final. Where the chair considers the integrity of the municipality employee as being impunged or questioned, the chair may permit staff to make a statement to council. So in both of those, the second I said it, we were supposed to not debate for the next 15 minutes, which we have, and 3 other council members spoke. One of them was because I wasn't given my 5 minutes. The next one was because the mayor said, I think you talked about this at the last meeting and you can't bring it up at this meeting again. And then when he said, staff, I'm asking that you cut him off and disconnect him. I want him disconnected from the meeting. Those are points of privilege or points of order. So then the mayor voted on it. The mayor's vote was, I want to kick you up, Councillor Nash, or I'm not going to let you talk, Councillor Nash. And I'm saying, I want to vote on that. It's very simple. The vote is that I can talk for my 5 minutes, and the other vote is that I don't get kicked out of the meeting. That's why you have these here. That's the exact reason why they're in here. So again, I'd ask for my vote without further debate, without further discussion. The mayor's already said he wants staff to kick me out. The mayor's already said he doesn't want me to talk for my 5 minutes. So I'm saying on both those things, which can be under one vote, that there be a vote taken and it be recorded
No.
on those two items. And I thank you for calling the vote, and then we can take an hour break for lunch as far as I don't care how long we take for lunch. I don't like this stuff happening, but certainly we and certainly staff need to, when somebody says, I want a point of order or a point of privilege, we have to stop the communication and do those votes. And I'm the first to admit, I'm a very hard-headed person. I'm a very stubborn person. I understand that of me. I won't be intimidated by people. I'll say my free will, which is all good. But sometimes anyways, I'm just asking for the vote, and then we can turn the temperature down. I totally agree with what Councillor Wood said and Councillor Lamb. Hopefully it can be turned down after the lunch hour. We can come back on a full stomach, but I'd just like the vote to be taken.
I
But
am not.
totally appreciate it.
I am not, and I know you'll say, oh, you can't do that. I am not voting on whether you can be kicked out of council or not until I hear from the mayor. If you want to vote on whether you should have your 5 minutes, I am more than willing to vote on that. But I'm not coupling the two.
Okay, well, I'm asking through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm asking for a vote, and I just read it to you. It is without debate. It's already been read to you. The CAO can read it to you again, Councillor Lamb. It's without, you don't have the choice to say I'm not going to vote. You can vote to kick me out if you want, Councillor Lamb, but it's without debate. As soon as I say that, it's without debate. The mayor doesn't get to look at his stuff. I'm asking for the vote because I've just read to you part of the procedural bylaw where it says I'm allowed to do this, and nobody can talk about it.
What you don't understand about this whole thing that you read for us is the actual procedure that is involved. I called you out of order because you were talking over top of me. We can have a vote on that if you want, and council can decide whether you are out of order or not. And we can do that right now if you want, but that doesn't change that isn't going to change anything. If you want, I will have a recorded vote as to whether you're out of order, because that's my ruling, and you're entitled to have that voted on. I agree with you, but that doesn't. What you'll discover when we come back is that doesn't end the matter. So if it'll make you happy, we can have the vote and see whether council agrees that so far you're out of order, because I contend that you are, and my job as the chair is to keep order, and you're preventing me from keeping order. So that's
fine now.
Do you understand now what it is we're doing?
And what I'm asking for the vote on.
Please have the recorded vote so we don't.
And Mr. Mayor, just to make sure, I'm asking
this
for the
is
vote.
Insane.
I'm asking for the vote to be on the matter when you said I couldn't talk for my 5 minutes because I already had brought up the topic before. That's what you said. That's what started a lot of this. That's what I'm asking for the vote to be on. That I get my 5 minutes and that I'm allowed to talk for my 5 minutes. It wasn't about talking over somebody or not. I don't care about that part. It's
no,
to do
obviously
with,
you don't. I'm calling a vote. Will you stop talking, please? I'm calling the vote.
Mr.
What is
Mayor.
the vote on?
Mr. Mayor.
That's a point of order right there, Mr. Mayor. In all honesty, what you just said there, Mr. Mayor, that was uncalled for. And I agree with you that, and you know what? I'm going to use some language. This is a shit show what's going on right now. We should take a break. But you can't come back with that comment to Councillor Nash after what he just said if we're going to have this whole discussion about who's out of order and who's talking over the top of one another. You can't say things that, oh yeah, obviously you don't understand.
Okay, let's take a break. I vote for a break. Who's the other two? Councillor Woods votes for a break?
I vote
but
for
we
a break.
need to,
Great.
All right,
need
I'm
to have
declaring
the
a
vote. No,
recess.
no,
Three
Mr.
counselors
Mayor,
vote for a
we have
5-minute.
to have the vote now. What is wrong
No,
with you
we're-
guys? We need the
It's a
vote.
recess, folks.
No,
it's a
can the
recess.
CAO
When are we
please
coming
say,
back?
can the CAO please talk about how the vote needs to be taken now? Nigel, can you please help me here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, the Councillor Nash did read off the section about a point of order or point of privilege. He read it accurately. What you do with it is you're the chair and it's your meeting, so it's up to you.
Well, I've been asked to declare a recess, and I'm gonna give that precedent since we're obviously not gonna get to a recess. Otherwise,
So we're going to have a vote.
that is
So-
the vote can be had afterwards if you wish to have it, but
Okay,
when we
so
come back.
Mr. Mayor, just to make sure, even though I've read off the part that said 20 minutes ago, the second I said it, we're supposed to have a vote, you fully understand that, and instead of dealing with that, you're saying, I'm going to ignore the rules, and I'm going to vote on going to a break before we vote on if I was out of order or not. Just for the record, so when I appeal this to the Integrity Commissioner, he can hear your answer here, that you fully understand what I read out and that the vote was supposed to take place, but you're ignoring that decision to take a lunch
Councillor
break
Nash,
right now.
yes, I am. I offered you the vote and you would not stop talking, so.
Well, I've
I'm
asked for the
sorry,
vote 10 times, Mr. Mayor. I'm asking for it again right now. Please have the vote.
And we can have the vote. Who wants to vote if he's out of order? All those in favor.
It's a recorded vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll go first. I abstain because I don't know what I'm voting on, and I also would need to have a recall of what was said, the tape recording to understand all this because it's gotten way too far. And yes, there were things said that ought not to have been said, so I'm just abstaining. And I can't believe we're doing this.
Yeah, and I
just
agree
for the
with
record,
Council- through you, Mr. Hold it, Scott. You don't get the
it's supposed to
pipe
be
in
you're
every
supposed
time.
to read
Everyone.
the name, Mr. Lamb or Councillor Lamb. You're supposed to read the names. It's not for Councillor Bray to go first. Staff read the name for a recorded vote. It's done in an order. It's
I
a
don't
yes,
know
no,
what I'm voting
without
on,
comment.
Scott. George,
If
call
I
a
was
break,
called out
please.
of order, if I was called out of order,
Okay,
that's what we're
we're
voting on.
gonna have a recess since councilors are leaving the meeting. I'm gonna leave the meeting too, so we will have a recess. You can put that up, Mr. Clerk.
What time are we coming back?
We'll come back at 2:00. Yeah. All right, thanks. We have returned from our short lunch recess. 2 items of information. I have sent to council by email it's an excerpt. Actually, it's a courtesy of the one of the municipalities, Innisfil, I think it was. They had a summary, and it's actually goes to a page and a half of all of the different provisions in the building code about tents and the conditions under which they require a building permit and the conditions under which they do not require a building permit. And it's not just there's the size of it. It involves the size of it. It involves whether it's attached to another building. It involves whether it's inflated by air, like one of those tennis courts or various things. So there's a bunch of different provisions, but I would invite you to read that at your, and it cites the various sections of the building code because there are references to tents in in Part B, Part in C, and subsections B and C, and various other places in the building code of the structures part. So anyway, you can have a look at that at your leisure.
I think
but
that, through you, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I think the question is more, are we going to charge a fee for that, right? You know,
well, if a permit,
I'm
if
not,
a permit, sorry.
I'm not, the building code is a building code. If they need a permit, they need a permit, right? I think somewhere in here, there should be, even if we don't have a fee, which I'm okay, I don't know how many tents we're gonna have in a year. I'm okay with taking tents out, but I think there has to be a subsection at the bottom to say, you require a building permit for a tent or a whatever size tent, right? So people know it when they go to the fees bylaw or the building.
Yeah.
fees.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could well, we could discuss this further. I kind of understand the comment that Councillor Woods made, which is that I don't think, like, I know of a few weddings, a couple of which I was at or I was certainly aware of and saw them happening, where tents were brought in, and they were I believe that the ones that I saw were of sufficiently small size that they would not have required a permit. And they certainly weren't attached to other buildings, and they were just freestanding awning kind of canopy things that you would have for but anyway, there's and we could also choose not to charge a fee for them at all, and not add to people's wedding expenses who want them. But the thing is, then you're what would happen probably is that people would if it isn't noted somewhere, as you say, Councillor Lamb, people would then assume that they don't need a permit, and if somebody gets injured in one or something, they say, well, you should have had a permit from the municipality.
So Mr. Mayor,
That's-
what do you want to, we were at the point before the meeting of saying, you need to vote without delay, and everyone had talked, including Councillor Nash. How are we going to deal with that? Because that's how we left off.
All right.
So I don't know how to deal with that, right?
All right. Well, let me just first of all clarify my position, then I will read you what the Municipal Act says. I called. I did not raise a point of order, which is what the procedure bylaw talks about, or a point of privilege. What I did was I called Councillor Nash out of order. And I called him out of order because he continued to talk over top of me after I asked him to stop. And I asked him to stop because he was going into something which I believed was abusive of staff. And as you know, I normally allow him to go for his 5 minutes, and sometimes longer than his 5 minutes. But anyway, that's so I didn't raise a point of order. My job as the chair is to maintain order. So I called him out of order. Now, he could then turn around, I suppose, this isn't quite what the procedure bylaw says, but he could turn around and say, well, I want to have a vote on whether I should have been ruled out of order. And that's all that he can have the vote on. And the same thing, like normally these things are, the point of order and point of privilege are intended for members of the council, not the chair, to raise because someone else is saying something that they feel they should not be saying, or someone else is not following proper procedure, not the chair, right, but somebody else. So the vote that is held is whether or not the person is in violation of order or privilege. And there's nothing wrong with that. And I don't mind having those votes. As you know, I tried several times to call the vote, but Councillor Nash would not stop talking. So it never happened. But regardless, there is a power that is given to the head of council, and it's in section 241 of the Municipal Act entitled Head of Council. And part 1 of it says, the head of council, except where otherwise provided, shall preside at all meetings of the council. So that's not in dispute here, I don't think. And then underneath it says power to expel, which is subsection 2 of section 241. And that says the head of council or other presiding officer may expel any person for improper conduct at a meeting. And that power is a power which that was copied. If you look at where it came from, it was copied from the Legislature Act in Ontario. And if you've spent any time in the Ontario legislature, you'll know that the Speaker of the legislature will call members out for making inappropriate comments, interrupting the person who's speaking, heckling the person who's speaking, or doing other things that would be deemed disruptive. And normally there is a warning, after which the speaker will say, the member from Haldeman Norfolk is warned. And he stands up, and all the pages that are around him stand up. And then if the offense is repeated, once again, the speaker will stand up in the pages, and the speaker will say, the member from Haldeman Norfolk is ejected. And he or she gets up and leaves the legislature, leaves the floor of the legislature or the House of Commons. If it's the federal government, does the same thing. So this power was extended to the heads of council and in fact, if someone else is presiding in place of the head of council, that presiding officer then inherits those that same capability. So my argument was and is that Councillor Nash was disrupting the meeting by refusing to stop talking and by refusing to go into a litany of things that he believes staff have done or not done that he's not happy about. And so I'll just finish by saying this, okay? If he, I do not like this at all. I do not like getting into these situations, but they repeat themselves. What I was prepared to do was, had Councillor Nash come back, and I assumed he would, I would have said to him, okay, you can have your vote, and whether or not he's ruled out of order is immaterial, because I would then turn around and say to him, well, notwithstanding whatever the vote was, because the vote of being in or out of order has no implications for whether he gets to stay in the meeting or not. And I would say, fine, if you want to stay in the meeting, I expect you to apologize to the council for disrupting it. It's disrupting our meeting. And if he said that, then we would carry on. And if he didn't say that, I would say, then please leave the meeting. I'm ordering you to be removed. And that would have been the end of it.
Okay, so what are we going to do? Sorry.
So, and I'm sure he will, by the way, I'm sure he will complain to the Integrity Commissioner, and the Integrity Commissioner, I already know, I've already had this conversation with numbers of experts in municipal law, the integrity commissioner will say, well, you know what? The chair has the authority to eject you if he if he wants. And whether I followed the procedure, I tried to follow the procedure bylaw as he read it to us and call a vote, but councilors clearly did not want to vote, and he didn't want to stop talking. So I think we.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of the business of being in or out of order is kind of a moot point at this juncture. But if you want to have the vote, we can have it. But
well, I don't know. You're the chair. I
Yeah.
read that, by the way, through all the discussion, that each of you were talking over one another. It wasn't just one-sided. But I hear what you're saying in terms of, the first part of it anyway. But the confusing part that I had, and I guess you should have the vote, but like he was trying to couple out of order with being kicked out of the meeting, right? And that's where I think council wanted some advice, right? Which you have just supplied, right? So I'm not sure what the vote is. If the vote is coupled like that, I'm abstaining from the vote. Like that's going to be my position if we have the vote, because I think that's the smartest thing to do. Because saying yes, anyway, that's my position. So maybe we can call a vote and go from there and move on.
yeah, as I say, I'm happy to do that just for the record, and I'm happy to listen to what others on the council want to say about this, because oddly enough, this is
Well,
in
of
some
course-
ways this goes to our ability to get anything useful done, right? So in my mind, it's almost more important than whether people need to pay permits for tents or whatever we were talking about before we got onto this, but.
Except it says without delay, right? So without
Yeah,
delay.
but you can't, the reality of it is it has nothing to do with the power that's in the procedure bylaw is subordinate to provincial statute law in the hierarchy of administrative law. And so it does not take precedence and has nothing to do with the ejection of someone for disrupting a meeting or improper conduct is what the act actually says. So it doesn't have
Okay.
anything to do with the two things cannot be connected in any way. They're completely independent. But would you like to have the vote? And we'll.
I think we have
I
to have
told
the
him
vote.
I would call the vote. So out of respect to what we said before the break, he wanted a recorded vote so we can ask our deputy clerk to simply read the names of the people and they can choose to vote. And in fact, if I will grab a piece of paper so we can actually record it on something. So go ahead. The motion is that the council finds Councilor Nash out of order.
Thank you.
Well, that isn't through you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that this is the problem I'm having, and I think others on council, is if it's just whether he was out of order because of the 5 minutes thing, that's one thing. But if he's coupling it with the getting kicked out of the meeting, then that's a different motion. But his motion was coupled, and that the mayor does not have the authority to eject him or whatever you think the wording should be.
But he didn't make such a motion.
Well, I don't know what motion.
It wasn't moved. There was no, I mean, I would have ruled this motion out of order, but there's nothing, he didn't make it and nobody seconded it. So that I heard.
No, he asked for a vote, not a motion. Sorry, he asked for a vote.
He just asked for a vote. I'm just looking for a paper to record it on. I forget the motion. Was he out of order or not? Let's just have that motion. And you can, if you want to call the names, we will record what people said. Madam Deputy Clerk?
All right, thank you. Counselor Woods,
I'm going to abstain.
Counselor Bray,
I'm going to abstain.
Counselor Lamb,
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm going to say yes, because that's why I interrupted him in the first place.
I think I've recorded that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if-
Councillor Woods, go ahead.
if we're past that, can I say one thing about the tents?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Why don't, because I remember this, and I'm probably not remembering it perfect, I'll be honest. And it would have been probably 10 years ago, Mark. The zoning bylaw, there was a big discussion with council at the time about temporary tents and structures, and John Jackson, what are we going to do for the zoning bylaw? And there was a specific section in the building code. Now, from what I've seen, it's 3.14, and it speaks to specific sizes for temporary tents and structures under the Ontario Building Code.
Yep.
Can't we just stick to what that says? Wouldn't it make sense? And then if council wants to charge a fee, charge a fee. But if it's a temporary thing, I don't know. Let's not stick the bill on people when they're trying to have a party. The extra bill anyway.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, I read that same area, but I read quite a few of the municipalities who do require you to have the people to have tents for of the size that is required in the building code to have permits. And there's a lot of things that go into it in terms of property lines closer to a house or to a permanent or a dwelling. There's quite a few things in there that I think that in terms of if our CBO has to go out and check on these things, I would see it as being there. You know, it would be a fee for doing that because, again, if you're going to have a huge event, then certain things have to be adhered to, and certificates like I read one where they required a certificate to say that it was non-flammable, a variety of things. So I think that there's probably more to it than just what we're looking at and saying, oh, should we charge $100 or not? I think that the tents that are big, we should be more careful with. Thanks.
If I may, if you were looking at the thing that I sent you, and the reason I sent you this one, which is not an exact, like I would have had to hunt through the building code to find the different sections, but you'll notice what they've done. This is Innisfil, actually, the town of Innisfil, what they have on their website. And it starts by saying, you know, where Division C 1.3.1.1, then it says this indicates where a tent needs a permit or group of permits. And then they highlight that a tent or group of tents is exempt from the requirements to obtain a permit under Section 8 of the Act, which is where they talk about building permits, and exempt from compliance with the code, providing that the tent or group of tents are, and there's a size requirement, it's not attached to a building, and it's constructed more than 3 meters away from any other structure. So if you have it beside your barn, you got to have 10 feet separating them. If there is, then Section 3.14, the one that Councillor Woods was talking about, it talks about a whole bunch of different things. If you do, and this is if you do have to have a tent or an air supported structure, and it goes on and again talks about the size of them and so on, but then it talks about making sure that people can get out of it, talking about there's clearance to other buildings. Why? So that the fire department and so on can get to it. Well, there's a separate section on fire department. There's sanitary facilities, bleachers, flame resistance, and clearance to flammable materials. So if your bonfire is, or your pig roast or whatever, has to be a certain distance from it, so it doesn't catch fire. So there's all these things if you need one. So I don't know. I mean, this is all out of the building code. So it's not a simple subject. And I don't know. I guess if someone, you could say, well, you know, a tent that doesn't meet those criteria right at the top of the first page, no permits required, you could put that as a note. If a permit's required, I suggest to you respectfully that in fact, the building official should probably have to come and check for compliance. And if that's the case, then there should probably be some sort of a nominal fee to cover his inspection. Might be just $100 or might be whatever, but something so that he can go look at what people are proposing to do or are doing and make sure that it's not, that we're not, you know, for example, allowing somebody to set up something that if there was a fire or a medical emergency or something, the fire department couldn't get to it, you know, and all that kind of thing. So that would be my suggestion. I don't know. What?
So sorry, Mr. Mayor. I didn't even realize that you had sent that email. I didn't get that until you just said it there. But that was the section I was reading off my phone.
Yeah.
There's the 3.14.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if I decide to have a birthday this October and I put a 20 by 40 canopy bugged in, you know, tent in my yard for the weekend while my buddies come up, I shouldn't have to pay a permit for my birthday party. Now, I could see if you're building the tent-like structures that could be seen as temporary, or the massive inflatables like the one down the highway where they're doing all the boat storage. I completely understand that, right? Down in McKellar. We all seen it. I can't remember his name. Mark.
Yeah.
I think that owns it. I could see that 100%. I agree with you on that one. But for me to set up a structure in my yard to take it down, I don't think I should have to pay a fee for it, regardless of how many friends I have come over.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Canada Day weekend up at a lot of people's cottages. How many people you got coming over? You going to get a permit for that next one? Right? That's my just the whole way of looking at it.
And this of course has nothing to do, and there's no requirement if you want to have some tents or bring in some camper trailers or something because you've got overflow accommodation for your birthday party or whatever. There's nothing, they would be exempt under this. So there would be you would not need to apply for a permit. You wouldn't need, the building official wouldn't need to go out and look at it. It's just you know, it's a fairly big it's a fairly big area.
Well, I know, Mr. Mayor. I one of the jobs I used to do, actually, I would set up all the tents for special event rentals, and we do the Canadian Open every year. So every media tent and food tent and everywhere that was set up there, I was one of the guys that did that. It's my brother's name.
Mr. Mayor,
what's our bottom line to this?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I never received your email because you sent it to Councillor Woods with my name beside it. So I never saw your email. So I just sent you something to please resend it to me with Councillor Lamb, not Councillor Woods. But anyway.
I'm sorry, what I sent it
on
to
the email distribution list. It says Councillor Woods at whitestone.ca, and then beside it says Lamb, Councillor Joe. So,
oh dear.
Anyway, that's okay. Just send it to me. I just didn't get it, so I haven't read anything.
Okay, well, I apologize. I didn't see. Let me see where it is.
We can clean the tent situation up at the next meeting or whatever, right? Like I agree with. My bottom line isn't the $100. quite frankly, right? I'm sure the building inspector goes out on all kinds of visits to advise people on this or whatever. We don't charge him $100 because he leaves the office, right? There's all kinds of things that he does, I'm guessing. So I don't necessarily see the $100 fee for a tent, but I do want to make sure that people aren't putting, that they're adhering to the building code, right? And so that's kind of my position on it. But so it sort of seems like we've got 2 against 2 here. So I'd suggest we move on and we deal with it the next time when there's 5 counselors.
Yeah, I'm fine with it either way. It's not, I'm not set on the $100 fine or fee or anything like that. I'm just was pointing out that, yeah, it's a lot more than just them getting a permit for it. There's a lot more that goes into it. That's all.
I want to make sure that they know that they need
Yeah.
a permit. That's more important to me, and I think it should be in there somewhere, right? Otherwise, people are going to have weddings and all kinds of stuff and not even think about getting anything, right? Calling the building inspector. But anyway.
Well, I wonder if we could leave this with the staff then to see if you want to but maybe just put the line that says temporary structures, $100 or something, and then put down underneath or put a note that explains a little bit more about what the circumstances are under which you would end up with that charge. So can we move on to the next page, or is there more in Schedule D? Okay, I hear not hearing anything, so let's go to page 19, which is road name and 911 signs. Is there anything there? If not, how about on page 20 with the cemetery rates and fees? I don't believe there was any change there from the last meeting, am I right?
Through your worship, no, you're correct that there was no changes.
How about fire services on page 21?
Now we're moving.
Sounds like it. How about dog licensing on page 22?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just a quick point. I know we put the fee up to $15, which I don't have an issue with, and I don't think anybody would have an issue with. Just a reminder of staff, if they could, somebody could try and look into if we could have a clinic at some point for vaccinations.
We used to have them.
Yep,
We did, yes.
we sure did.
Yeah, I was meaning to actually inquire with somebody about that, but I didn't. I haven't got to it yet either. But anyway, yeah, good point. So in 23, we have general government fees, and you had a question about something, Councillor Lamb, did you? Or
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. This is yeah, I have 3 questions really. The official plan and the zoning bylaw are really important documents. And the other one that's a significant document in my mind is the strategic plan, right? So those 3 documents, I don't think we should be asking $50 to get a copy, right? Surely to God, we can keep it at $12 or $15 or something. People look at these documents, right, when they're doing all kinds of stuff, and I just don't believe we should put them up to that amount. I think 50 is way too much. It discourages people from getting a copy. I guess they can go on the internet and look it up and print it if they want to, but I just think those 2 documents are or I don't think it should be $50, but I'll go at the will of council there. The first thing I thought was it's really good for the library, by the way, that the facsimile or the photocopies are now $1 because you're going to get the library overloaded with people wanting copies because they're not going to want a copy at $1 a page from the municipality. But I guess if that's what others charge, 50 cents, 55, $1.50, $1, 25 cents. So it's all over the place. Anyway, that was just a comment. Same with the fax, but again, $2 a page. I don't know who uses a fax nowadays or not. But my main, so those were some minor concerns I had. And then the last one is, and here it is, building and zoning compliance letter per roll number residential, $100. What is that? Building and zoning compliance.
Through your worship, I just have to check with the planning assistant on the particulars on that. If you can just give me a moment.
Well, and the CBO, I would think.
Yeah, I think through you, your worship, they can confirm this after the fact. But generally speaking, when someone's buying or selling a property, the legal process will require a compliance document to see that the structures on that piece of property are appropriately zoned and cited on the property. So again, like I said, Paula can confirm that, but I believe that's what you'd be looking at there.
I wish people would do that more. A lot of people sell properties, don't do that step, and their lawyer doesn't, and then they end up finding out their property's on the next door neighbor or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's certainly a good due diligence step when you're buying and selling, buying more importantly.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, if that's the answer, then I'm okay with that. Good.
Thank you. I'm just going to echo Councillor Lamb's concern about the things that, like, I'm just looking, where photocopies per sheet, we're going from 20 cents to $1. I don't know. I'd be inclined to be more like 50 cents going, I mean, that's a pretty big increase. And similarly, the official plan, if you said, well, we're going to charge you $20, official plan or zoning bylaw, to print one out for you, because if they have access to a printer, they can print it themselves, I guess, but you can download it off the website. But the $50, the kind of person who doesn't have a printer that they could big enough to print it out, that's probably going to be a fairly significant hardship to them, right? If they want to have a printed copy to read. And some people do, when you got a document of size, they want to see it. So I mean, I think I just feel those increases are a bit usurious. Anybody else want to comment?
Sorry.
Through you, your worship, could I suggest that we change those two documents from 50 maybe down to 15 or something like that, so that it's just a nominal increase? I don't think we're printing all kinds of copies of these things in any case. So
make them 15 then. Could you add a line that says strategic plan $15 while you're at it?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay, any other comments on this government fees? If not, how about 24 of 24, which is miscellaneous rates and fees, entrance permits,
The same.
Farley Road parking permit, sign advertising, the after school program, which none of these are being proposed to be changed anyway, right? So I'm not hearing anything. Are we done with this section?
Yep.
Well, again, I would, before we move on, we have a couple of other little things to talk about. Before we move on, I would express thanks for, again, to Jessica and the other staff for having worked to produce this particular version. And I think we're pretty, we're, it seems to me like we're in pretty good shape in terms of capturing we're down to a very small number of additional changes. There's things that have to be sorted out. When we come in back into a regular meeting, we'll get a motion to move on to talk about how we move on from here. But there were two other items, if you recall. And the first one that you should all be aware of is this matter related to the bunny trail. And you have a note from our CAO clerk. He and I met with the mayor and CAO clerk of McDougall, and we discussed this, and they presented to us what they thought should happen. And you'll recall that there were essentially two scenarios, and if I can just summarize this, the first one was that they would they would basically take the surface off their piece of the bunny trail and return it to gravel. And but you can tell that they were, and this didn't become apparent to us right away. The cost of that was, I'm going to say 500 grand in round numbers, and or just under that. But they were clearly concerned about the fact that they would still have to maintain it when the bulk of the use of it is residents of Whitestone going to Parry Sound, and I honestly think we can talk about that if you want, but I honestly think we have to stipulate that and that is in fact correct. And I think they were concerned about the fact that it was going to get beat up with traffic, and so they said, well, maybe we should just close it south of where our last resident is, south of the boundary between us and Whitestone, which would mean then it was no longer accessible to people from Whitestone. And I don't know that they would. I kind of have a feeling that the province would not permit that, although I don't know what means they would use to prevent it. But in any case, so then the other thing they said was, well, we could do a double surface. We could not just strip it. And by the way, there is some digging out involved and some culvert work and things like that they're going to do anyway, regardless. But they would do that work, and then they would put a double surface on it, which would again be like a tar and chip. But that gets up into the, I don't know, $900,000 range. And their thought was that we should pay 65% of that. I think, we could probably get them to agree to that if we said, yeah, we really want that to happen, and it's all our expense. So the other thing I want to let you know is that immediately after we had that meeting, I did reach out to Graydon Smith's office and said, look, we got two municipalities faced with a very large who use this road, and getting that section of it into shape is a large expense. If we were to come together and ask you for some funding, the two municipalities, would you, what could you do for us? And I do not have that. This conversation we had was last Thursday. I do not have an answer from Minister Smith's office, but I kind of said to him, this is a fairly serious proposition for both municipalities. they're, they're in this, they're kind of in the same place in their budget process that we are, I would say, and they're trying to finalize it and get a decision on what they're going to do with that section of road in 2026. And by the way, it wouldn't happen, whatever they did do to it, would not happen probably until the fall. So we're looking at a summer of, based on last summer's, what the surface was like last summer of that section, it's not going to be great in the summer of 2026, in my opinion, given the winter we've had and so on. So anyway, but they probably wouldn't get to it until the end of the year. So whatever they decide to do. So obviously this, if we're being asked if we can do anything to help. We're in the middle of a budget cycle. We don't have anything in the budget currently for this. So what are your thoughts?
So what were your thoughts back to them, I guess, is my first question. You and Nigel were in the meeting. We weren't. They come and say we want 600 or so. Let me go back a little bit. So they want 65 to 70% of the 800 or 900 for tar and chip, but they don't want any contribution towards returning it to gravel. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not convinced that that's the case. I don't know. I should let Nigel answer and see what was your take on it?
My take would be that was accurate. The only additional information was that they were proposing to close the road as well if it was gravel. So
Okay,
they didn't ask us for any contribution on the gravel portion, presumably because they were proposing to close it.
Well, yeah. I guess sorry, Councillor Woods, I guess if they decide to put their road back to gravel, that's their decision, and God bless them. Our roads super has said that our public works supervisor has said that's the easiest to maintain. So if they want to do that, God bless them. It's their road. It's their responsibility. It's not our road. They're not offering $200,000 worth of tax revenue in exchange or anything like that. I don't think we have. Did we tell them that we would look at something, or just bring it back to council?
Just bring it back to council.
Okay, good.
We told them, we did tell them that we thought it was going to be a tough sell. And by the way, we didn't discuss this, but my speculation is that if we said, well, sorry, we can't help you with this, that what they would do then is they would say, fine, we're going to turn it back to gravel. The province would say, and at the end of the day, probably they would say, well, no, we can't actually close it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
For various reasons. And so they would likely then come back to us and say, well, you guys are using it to more than we are. We'd still like a contribution towards the 500,000 or whatever that was, so they might ask for that. They might ask for that, or they might come back next year and ask for it. I don't know.
Well,
that's my speculation.
Anyway, let me finish.
Yeah.
So my answer for their budgetary purposes is no, and a firm no. I am also very, very reluctant, and you can contact Graydon Smith, but for a joint grant sort of proposal means usually most grants is, okay, it's 700,000, we'll give you 350. You guys find out the other 350, right? Which would, if it was a joint grant, would necessarily flow that we pay half or whatever of the 350. And I'm not for that either, because I don't think a nickel should go towards their road to maintain it. right? And it's their responsibility. I think what we should be doing is we should be saying no to them and getting a legal opinion on the whole idea of, is it, I mean, this would be a disaster from a public relations standpoint for McDougall, but getting a legal opinion as to whether it's even possible for them to stop up the road, I doubt it. I mean, you can't say, Waterdown uses a Burlington road, so they're going to close it up and make it a dead end, right? Because Burlington people are going up, or Waterdown. You don't do that, right? Whoever came up with that idea is just a bullying in my mind, and I refuse to be bullied by any municipality. And so I would get a legal opinion, and I would say no, because I would say no to a joint grant unless, if we got the grant, they pay whatever's remaining from the grant that isn't covered. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I thought of something else that I should have told you at the beginning, but let's have other councilors who Councillor Bray, do you have thoughts about this, or Councillor Woods?
Well, my thought would be to say no. It is their road. We don't have a say over it. And yes, a lot of our people do use that part of the road, the upper part, and they don't have many people there. It's not to say that, actually, I shouldn't say that, because I haven't driven the south part that often to know just what the land is like, whether they have opportunity for more people to be in that area or not. But and around the grant, I mean, if there's an ability for a joint grant, then there's ability for them to have a grant to be able to do their portion of the road, and they should be applying. They should be applying to the provincial government, saying, hey, we need help with this, because we don't have the tax base up there to be able to support it, or something like that. I don't know. But I would say that I would agree with Councillor Lamb, and I would agree with getting a legal opinion about them stopping up, because I don't think they can do that. At least I wouldn't think they could stop up a road that leads into another municipality. To me, that
through you, Mr. Mayor, especially after they gave us $1 million to do the bunny trail. Remember the article in the Star that said a highway to nowhere?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, $1 million road to nowhere. The article used to hang up in the Ardbeg Community Hall when I first came up here.
Now they're going to stop that road up. I don't think it'd go very far.
No.
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor, if I could just say a little bit, I guess. I don't disagree with anything that I think any of us are saying here. I could see, honestly, if McDougall said, listen, guys, we're going to turn this back to gravel, and we're not going to be grading it every day because you guys are, putting more of a beating on our end than we do. I could understand them saying that. Financially, it doesn't make sense for them to put $1 million into that strip because of their amount of tax assessment they get off of the road there, I guess, right? But your infrastructure is your infrastructure. You need to manage it, right? And we've put a heck of a lot of money outside of what the government's given us into the bunny trail to try and maintain it, right? And call into who gets more tax assessment on that end of the bunny trail when it comes to properties, whatever, is what it is. It's an arterial road, right? If I was on the borderline and I needed airlifted, and the closest spot that they were going to go for Orange is out at the Ardbeg Fire Hall, I would love it if that end of the road was open, right? You close it, to me, that's insanity. They're saying that you want to close it. You're trying to extort us. Nobody's going to take my lunch money, okay? The discussion should have been, guys, it doesn't make sense for us to do it. Could you give us support when we apply for a grant to the provincial government? 100%, I would say, let's get behind them, write a letter of support, and say, yes, you should help them out. 100%, let's help out our neighboring municipality where we can. But we shouldn't pay for their infrastructure. Come on. We got to put we nickel and dime and pinch and put money away in reserves to make sure we can carry what we got, and we've got a heck of a lot more landmass to cover in order to do so, right? To maintain our road infrastructure in Whitestone.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Okay, thank you.
I just through you, Mr. Mayor. One other thing. Could you imagine if there was a medical emergency out in Ardbeg, and right now the ambulance comes from Perry Sound down the Bunny Trail, and we said, nope, not anymore. You got to go to 520 and around that way. That would be
somebody
insane.
dies.
You know, the whole medical
Well,
situation. They are not going to be. People talk about shared services. How do you like shared services, ladies and gentlemen?
well, yeah, okay. I mean, I hear you. I am not taking seriously that we're going to close it thing. I don't think that was, I think they were trying to put a little leverage on us maybe, but I wouldn't even bother getting a legal opinion because I don't think that's in the cards for them to do that. But in any case,
Well, I think it's important that we know.
I'm just surprised that's because I watched the meeting, Mr. Mayor, to be honest with you.
So did
I watched the whole section, and I was a little surprised, honestly. I think there was a much better approach to take, right? We're all supposed to be, we got things that we have to, the overlay areas with our neighboring municipalities. We've got the nursing station. What's the percentage of people from McDougall Township that use the nursing station, right? Same kind of idea. We incur extra expense for things, right? Our boat launches. We've got boat launches that go into lakes that are on neighboring municipalities, right? We don't cut off access to the people that live on that side of the lake because the other municipality doesn't have an access point on the lake, right? We should be trying to work together. And I'm honestly surprised that that's the messaging that was sent out in the meeting from McDougall Council, honestly. I understand that they're feeling the pinch because it is a major thing to undertake for the amount of assessment they might be getting off of the road, but you can't look at it as just the assessment you're getting off of the road, right? You're either managing your infrastructure and building your community, or you're just not. And the ones that can't, those are the ones that end up in trouble in the long run. We all know that.
I do think, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I do think we should get a brief, not a harbor business study, but a brief legal opinion on whether they could do this or not, right? Like, we can't just sort of guess and say, I don't think they'll do it. They're the ones that put that on the table. And I negotiated for a living my entire life. And you don't make a volley like I'm going to stop up the road unless you're, in my opinion, they think they can do it. And in fact, in the meeting, by the way, I think it was the CAO who said we can do it. It was either another counselor or the CAO, but I think it was Tim Hunt that said we can do this, right? So that's why I want to find out a legal opinion on it. The only other thing I'd like to comment as an aside, McDougall's got a terrible audio system on their council meeting. It's hard to believe. And I want to compliment staff because what we have is so far superior. It's unbelievable, but that's just an aside. But I listened to their meeting also.
So I should have started with this, but before this, before we ended up getting together, about 2 weeks beforehand, I received a couple of very angry voice messages from people, and I didn't know the people, but they were obviously people who use the bunny trail all the time. They were complaining bitterly about the condition of this portion we're talking about. And so I asked my kids who go back and forth to Perry Sound a lot more. They go that way. Typically, I go through Dunchurch, especially in the winter. But they said, well, the whole thing was like washboard, and I think it was because it was being plowed. There had been some plow chatter when the road was plowed, maybe caused by plowing too quickly. But if I think back to the summertime, and by the way, I went on it. I had to come from Parry Sound up to Ardbeg, and so I thought I'm going to try it. And I was following a McDougall plow. As I followed him up, I finally got around him at the first set of railway tracks there, but he was doing a beautiful job of it. It was nice and smooth. It was every bit as good as, it had lots of snow on it, of course, but it was every bit as good as our section, I found. And in fact, if I had to pick on something on a piece of road that's really bad, it's Highway 520 from Maple Island to Ardbeg. Because you can't, I wasn't able to get, my truck particularly, I wasn't able to get much over about 60 kilometers an hour on it. It's just really, so many heaves. But anyway, putting all of that aside, or not putting it aside, but that's just background. What the callers, by the way, were saying, you guys, Whitestone people use it, you guys should give them some money. That's what they said. And I didn't respond to them because I just took an action item that which I'd had anyway, that we would talk to McDougall. But I think we have to recognize this is our biggest, most important piece of road that we maintain. And we don't maintain the portion that's the worst, I know, but we do have a lot of people who work in south of us, and if they live west of Maple Island in the municipality, that's how they're getting down there, because it saves them time if the road's any good. And if the road's not any good, then they do have to go through Dunchurch. So I don't know. I mean, I thought, okay, it's worth us having a discussion with them about it and see where it goes. And they were certainly open to the idea that we might be able to get provincial funding for this. And if we could, of course, then that would change the complexion. But we certainly didn't give them any idea that there was room in our budget to pick up 65% of $900,000.
But do you think, through you, Mr. Mayor, that we should be contributing something financially? Is that what you're saying?
I think that the province should be maintaining that piece of road, that Highway 520 should go down the bunny trail to the Lorimer Lake Road.
Absolutely. I'm for you there.
Mr. Mayor, to be honest with you, that's the problem, right?
Yeah.
The provincial government, like the last time the 520 was done, it was my kid's mom that was the inspector when they redid it years ago, right? The whole length of the road when it was all redone. And it was a distribution job. It wasn't a full rebuild on it. So, Mr. Mayor, you'll know a little bit more probably. Yeah. When it comes to a distribution job, here's how much we're going to give you for material, make it work, basically. Okay? And it doesn't work. There was some extras that she managed to manipulate for funding to try and fix real bad spots, but the whole road's never been redone properly, and it needs redone. And the bunny trail, it'd be nice to say it'd be an extension of the 520, but it wouldn't be. It'd just have to be another provincial road or provincially maintained road. But that's ideally, yeah. And we could push supporting, and I would back McDougall up 100% on pushing them, supportively. But yeah. I don't think that we could pay for it, to be all honest with you. Right? But we could definitely support them and, pushing as hard as we can to get somebody to throw money at it, because it's going to take a lot of money over the years too, right? Just maintenance on it. Look how much we spend on, so just for an argument, canning and balsam to spray them, basically, this year, we're going to spend X number of dollars, so much per kilometer. If you do the full length of the bunny trail, if McDougall ever did hardtop that end, between us and them, how much we're going to spend between the two neighboring municipalities just to surface treat it so that the road doesn't degrade is a heck of a lot of money every 5 years for both of us.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we have the answer. I wanted you to all know where what's transpired anyway, so that it doesn't result in a bunch of speculation about things. But I hope that we will get some sort of an answer back from the province and see what if they will take a position. The second,
through you, Mr. Mayor, the meeting that I heard, they're, I think, using their ISEP funding to do this, if I wasn't mistaken. And they're doing it. Like it seemed to me that they can't keep spending money on this. And as soon as they get the no from us, which I suggest staff tell them no, right? We're going to do that, right? Staff inform that we had a discussion at council and that, council is not in favor of contributing financially to them, except to support any grant application that they put in, and will strongly support that, right? I think that's what we should be doing here. But we're not financially going to support them, and they'll do it anyway. And whether they can stop it up or not, I guess is why we want the legal opinion. But I think that's the general direction we're going. Am I correct or incorrect? That's what I thought I heard,
is
Council.
that what you got out of this, Nigel? This discussion?
Yeah, I think that's what I would have taken out of it. I of course the discussion wasn't done yet, so I was waiting to see what the final direction was. But yes, that's what I would take at this point in time as the direction.
Mr. Mayor, this might be and I would probably pass every opportunity to ask in the capacity I'm going to think of right now, like in an AMO, lobby the ministers, and we do it jointly with them to support them. At a delegation to say, listen, take the Bunny Trail Road over for us. Right? Might be a good idea.
Yeah, I'd have supported that one.
Yeah, and I think we should be prepared to do that if we don't, because it would be ideal if MTO did, and now it never was a provincial road like 520, but if they extended what they are willing, I mean, they're already going into Ardbeg for 520 in theory, at least.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're going to find out what their plans are for the rest of the work on 520, because they did the section from Dunchurch to Maple Island. It's pretty good right now. They did it last fall. So I'm assuming they're going to continue, but I'm trying to get an update on that, where that is. So if they, that would clearly be worth a delegation. I would agree with Councillor Woods, and maybe we can make what happens if we somehow or other get some money and we spend it now after a certain period of time, then we're going to be back at this discussion again in a few years, or our successors are anyway, and so is McDougall. So anyway, that's my take on it, is that we have to say to them, sorry, we don't have any room in our budget for this, and but we'll support you with a request for provincial funding or provincial takeover. I did mention provincial takeover, by the way, to the minister.
Okay.
The second item that I wanted us to be aware of is this $42,000 that Belvedere has asked us for. And yes, I know we told them no, we weren't going to spend it last year, but I just want to make it clear here. We are the only. What happened is the various amounts of money, according to each municipality's proportion of the Belvedere budget, was distributed. We're the only municipality that did not return it to them when they were asked. And they are still asking. And yes, we can turn around and say, no, we told you no, we're still not going to give you any money. But they have the power to levy us. They can turn around and say, oh, sorry, we asked you nicely, but you need to, here's a levy for this amount of money, in addition to our normal operating levy, which we already have. And um, I just want you to be aware of that. If that's the answer that the municipality gives them, that's what I would expect to happen.
Well,
Because I don't think that they should. I mean, their argument's simply going to be, well, we got it back from everybody else, so now you're not contributing your share, right?
so through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't want to debate this for a half hour because we'd be going nowhere. It would probably end up 2 versus 2. The only way this can properly be brought up is through some sort of reconsideration. And then everyone can say whatever they want, right? So I don't think we need to spend a lot of time. We just can't say today, oh, we changed our mind, put 42,000 in the budget. And I don't think Councillor Woods would agree to that. I certainly wouldn't. And at best it would be 2-2. So I don't think we should kick it around. If some councillor wants to bring it up for reconsideration, because they can do it, right? But as per our rules and procedural and whatever, right? So that's my thought on it. I don't want to get into a debate today. It's been a long day and tiring day, I think. But anyway.
Through you, Your Worship, if I could suggest something, we did receive a letter from Belvedere. It just came in on Monday, so that's why no one really probably knew very much about this. Maybe a suggestion would be that I could put that correspondence on the March 17th meeting, and then you can respond accordingly
I
at
think
that time.
I think that's a good idea through you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought everybody had seen the letter.
No.
You did not? Oh.
No,
Oh.
I didn't.
News to us.
I don't think so, Your Worship. I did notice
Oh,
that
okay.
it came in to me and it came into you. I don't think it went to all of council. It was
Oh, okay. I apologize then. I am sorry. I thought that it had been circulated to all the members of council. It was from the chair of the board, and it was a nice, friendly letter. It wasn't, we demand that you pay this by such and such a time or whatever. It's just saying, and well, I think what we can do, Nigel's suggestion is, you should see the letter, and
Absolutely.
they have suggested various responses other than just no, right?
Okay. Well, let's see the letter.
All right. I'm sorry. I thought everybody I thought it had been circulated to everybody because I mean, all right. So, are we ready to reconvene to a regular meeting?
Well, no, I'd like to say something about the budget, which
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Yes,
yeah,
sure.
which I talked about earlier. I don't feel comfortable with a 3.57% increase. We started off at 2.5, which is what I said I felt comfortable with. It's a 2% at best inflation rate. I don't know whether people have realized, but over the 4 years of council, we have increased our tax rate by 20%, which is an average of 5% per year. And I know the first 2 years were higher, and we could get into as to why and all that kind of stuff. We need to find, in my opinion, $20,000 so that we bring the tax rate and we split the difference between the 3.5 and the 2.5, which is where we kind of were, and make it, just under 3. I think it's I just feel that's the area that we should land in. Does it mean a whole heck of a lot? I think it does visually and other things. We've tried over the years to keep our tax rate down. I think we can find it maybe in HR or legal or some other areas. It's not a lot of money. When I said that, Councillor Nash said, let's reduce the road grant by 20,000. You want to test that one? Go right ahead. But I think there's other ways to find it within the budget. It's not a lot of money. And Maybe I lose this one, but you know, I don't feel comfortable at 3.5%. And there are a lot of people who are really fearful in today's world because they don't know what's happening next financially. We've got CUSMA agreements coming up. We've got unemployment in Canada. We've got a real big situation. That's why, you know, cottages aren't selling and people are not going to the States, and people aren't spending, and people are entrenching, and food prices are so high. And I think we have to take a leadership role. So I want to try and find 20,000. That's going to be my goal throughout whatever else comes to us on the budget. And if I lose, I lose. So I just think it's the smart thing to do. So thank you. And people don't have to respond. It's just my personal kind of feeling. I guess we'll get a look at this one more time on what, March the 7th? Or March the, whatever the date is the budget coming back then?
Through your worship, I spoke with Nigel about that this morning, and we have to advertise for a public meeting. So we didn't have enough time to get that done for the March meeting. So we'll be setting up a special meeting to look at the final budget.
So it won't be discussed in mid-March,
No,
but we could make changes at the public meeting.
I was going to come to this when we got to the resolution about what to do next, but we do have the ability to, I mean, if we were ready to finalize it on March 7th, not March 7th, March
Maybe the 17th.
17th, isn't it?
17th, sorry. We could suspend the procedure bylaw and have the public meeting, not the procedure bylaw, the notice bylaw, and have the public meeting. I got the sense from the earlier discussion that we might not want to do that. But I would think that the final meeting should really be a formality, and it could wait till the regular April council meeting. I don't know that we need a separate meeting unless we have a whole bunch of things that are still kind of up in the air. But I guess it's up to council how long you want to spend before we finalize this. There's not a lot of there's a little bit of stuff relating to fees and charges coming back, but there's not a lot of change between now and what would be the final version of the budget, I think.
But through you, Mr. Mayor, Mike was going to come back on the ice resurfacer and a few other things. So that's why I said, well, it's going to be into April. And he said, yeah, that's enough time to kind of look at some things, right? So if we're just going to do it in 10 days from now, he won't have that information necessarily done. He's stretched. So I suggest, because I think a public meeting and an advertisement for a public meeting is a part of democracy that we can't just kind of say, to heck with it, we'll just do it at the March 17th. So, and I would think that, maybe we could have just, well, I don't know when, but I do want to plead about this under 3% at some point, right? And so whether it comes back on the 17th for a 10-minute discussion on it, and then is advertised and we do it in the April meeting or whenever, I think that's what we should be doing. I wouldn't be for rushing it through on March 17th. I think people could be critical of that.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not promoting that. I was just trying to give you options. Just so I can be clear about what you're saying, Councillor Lamb, the 3% that you're talking about is our portion of the budget.
Correct.
And the 20% that you alluded to over 4 years is our portion of the budget, not
our portion of the budget. The tax rate increase of our budget
The
over.
municipal portion of the budget, not
Yes.
excluding the education tax.
Correct.
All right, so
Isn't that right, Jessica?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
all right.
I asked the question of Jessica yesterday to get a lay of the land as to what we've done as a council, right? And it sure would be nice to know what other surrounding municipalities have done. If we could get that information, it'd be kind of nice. My guess is higher than 20.
Some of them are in the same point, well, you know,
Yeah.
in terms of where they are right now, some of them are in the same part.
Well, maybe we could get that information. It wouldn't be too hard to get to generate for some meeting. I think it comes at the last meeting anyway, doesn't it? Generally speaking, we've had, you know.
Oh, yeah, we do a
kind of
comparison. Yeah,
information.
that's true. All right, well,
Jessica, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'd like to ask Jessica a quick question. What is 0.6 in actual money to us? The 0.6% or the 5-6%?
20 grand or so.
Sorry, what was the number you were asking? I didn't hear you.
You're
1.6?
you're at 3.57% right now of increase, and what he's asking is the 0.57%.
Yeah.
How much is that in dollars? And
Oh, okay.
0.6 of 38,000 something.
yeah, it's
Basically.
20 something.
It's about 20 grand, I think.
Yes, through your worship, it's just under 22,000.
Okay.
21 something now. Okay, that makes sense.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, just for 1 second.
Go ahead.
I think it would, like, reality is we're very close to, I think the next time we would like to put this budget in front of you, we would like it to be a finished product and ready for, you know, the public meeting, and also ready for you to adopt it by bylaw. So if you would like us to drop that down to 3% and trim out that $22,000, I think it would be a good idea to give us that direction now. Maybe tell us, you know, like, to me, when you get to this stage of the budget, and if you wanted to get down to 3%, and you should give that direction to to staff, and tell us to find that 22,000, let you know where we found it, and move on, and then that way we have a finished product at the next budget meeting, as opposed to having this whole discussion one more time, right? So that's just a suggestion from what I've seen typically in the past.
I had suggested just under 3%, so whether it's 2.9 or 2.95 or whatever. I'm going to say 2.95.
I think since this subject has come up, we should hear from the other counselors. Do you feel like, as Councillor Lamb does, that we should try to get another 0.5% or slightly more by the sound of it out of this? Or are you content with it the way it is? Sorry to put everybody on the spot here, but Councillor Bray, what's your opinion?
Sure. Well, I was okay with the 3.57 because it was under the 4. I was okay between the 3 and 3.5. I think that's where we first discussed sort of where we would be. But I guess if it's the will of council that we want to find that 22, I would say we leave it as our CIO has suggested. We leave it with them to figure out how to find it, not us trying to give a whole bunch of suggestions and then them trying to, work with those suggestions. Anyways, I'm okay with the 3.5. When I look at what we've done, yes, we did have 2 high years, and I think that was mainly because we were we had a lot of things going on and needed to be able to get our reserves up. We were at 3.08 last time. We're 3.57. That's not too much of an increase. So but as I said, I'll go with what everybody else says.
Councillor Woods?
When we first started out and I don't remember who said what number, but I thought I remembered somewhere between 3 and 4 is where we're gonna end up. So I'm fine with where we are right now. I don't know where we're gonna shave the 20 from. I don't know, legal fees or something,
I don't think so.
right?
You look at
Or
our
I don't
legal
know, I don't
fees
know,
for this last year.
right? I don't know where we're gonna shave it from, but
Okay, well, that's okay. If people aren't for it, then fine. I'm still going to plead it at the public meeting or any other meeting we have. And I will not support the budget at 3.57. So I'll be voting against it. I just want people to know that. Not that that should influence anyone. I just think we have a greater responsibility to the taxpayer than that. So thank you.
And if there was something that we put in the last 2 weeks or the last two meetings, that last meeting and the meeting before that can be taken out, then I would suggest we do it. But I just don't know where we're going to trim because we just added 10,000 for the school. We feel that that's important. Is that something that I don't think anybody wants to do that?
that was at the
Sorry?
very first meeting that I brought that up.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that isn't
So
that. Okay, sorry. That isn't
I just
Councillor.
don't know where.
Yeah, I can tell you.
I just don't know where we're going to find 20,000.
We have a stabilization fund of $284,000. That was a surplus that we had. That's money that we taxed our people on. And
Yep.
we have all kinds of money in there, all kinds of money. And to take 20 grand out of there is easy peasy. The ice resurfacing, everyone said it shouldn't be 145 or 50,000. Mike is looking at that. There's monies there. There's monies, yeah, I think in perhaps legal or human resources. Those are the areas that it's easy to find $22,000 or whatever it is. But again, if council wants to stick at 3.57, and that's fine. That's democracy, right? I appreciate that. There's areas that you can find it in. We've used 158 out of 284 or something, or 145 out of 284 was our surplus last year. We're going to have a surplus this year. I've been on council for 19 years. We've never had a deficit, but yet, we might have a deficit. Never that I could remember. Maybe once when the community hall broke down or burnt down or whatever. So, but anyway, we don't have generally any deficits. So anyway.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor Bray.
Yeah, so, yeah, and I appreciate what you're saying, Councillor Lamb. I think I know you're very passionate about this, and I appreciate that. And yes, I would say if it's the stabilization fund it comes out of, then that would be fine by me. Or if there's somewhere else that staff can think of where that money might come from, I'm happy with that. I don't think we have a lot of fat in the budget. Our legal fees were pretty high this past year, so I'm not sure how we're going to trim that. But anyways, is that something then that we leave to staff to come back and let us know on the 17th, you said, of March?
Yeah, I think that's what I was asking through you, Mr. Mayor. That's what I was kind of asking. Take a look at the things. We can always say, no, I'm not in agreement to that. Let's leave it at 3.57, or say, yeah, that's good. Let's go with that, right? The decision can always be made. But I thought the mayor was asking, kind of commit right now, kind of, right? And I'd read Councillor Woods and yourself saying, I'm fine with what it is. So I thought it was going to be shut down. So that's why I said, it is what it is. I just want to at least take a look at it. And staff can work on it, come back. You don't agree, then say I don't agree.
Yeah, And I can agree, I can go with that as well. I can go with the fact that we're going to see if there's anywhere where we can come up with that 22,000. I think you're right. There are people that are really suffering and we should be doing the best we can.
Yeah, I guess from my own perspective on this, I am reasonably happy with the 3.57 as it is. And there was, there's always some compromise. I mean, we've added some additional projects to things in there that we, and I'm not talking about a huge amount that affect the actual. Keep in mind, this is the levy rate, right? So we're, and I guess my concern would be that we say, well, okay, I'm not sure what's magic about 3%, but if, especially if it turns around that the next year's budget has to be, we discover it has to be 4% because there are some other things. There's things in our budget that are not in our budget this year that were planned. For example, Olds Road Bridge is an example. We haven't heard a word about it, and I don't really want to bring it up, but that's just an example. There's so
Yep.
we could be back at 5% next year.
Okay.
And I don't, but anyway, it's like really my concern about this particular discussion is that staff. I think staff has done what they can to sort of eliminate anything that might be discretionary, and I guess they could come back to us and say, well, fine, we can easily find $20,000 or $25,000 or whatever the magic number is. We just won't do this, that, and the other thing, and council can decide what those are when we have our next meeting. If you want to do that,
But if you, sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you use stabilization fund, it doesn't affect anything. Except the
until next year,
22,000.
You're putting off this year for something. That means we have less for projects that may come up in future years.
No, we discussed that at the last meeting, and we said at the rate that we're contributing, that within 5 years we'll be right, to the asset management plan and everything else. I don't think we should be discussing what it is at this point. I think we should just say to staff, take a look at it. I've given 3 or 4 areas. Maybe there's other areas. Let them come back. If Mike comes back and says, man, I can do this project instead of 145,000 or whatever it was, I can do it for 110, there's your money, right? And nothing changes. So let's not throw the baby out with the wash just yet. Let's just take a look. You can always say no.
Yeah, that's true.
No.
Okay. No, I just wanted to see where others were, like if there was a general, in fairness to what our CAO clerk said, I just wanted to see if there was a general consensus that we absolutely have to get this down under 3%. And Stan, that's your view. I just wanted to make sure what everybody else had. You heard what everybody else had to say. So can I ask, are we ready then to move into a regular meeting out of committee of the whole? Yes? Who would like to move that?
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by.
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor. Oh,
All
you
right,
pick. You pick, Mr. Mayor.
I got Councillor Woods. I heard you talking before I saw Councillor Ray's hand up. So, all those in favor of returning to a regular meeting. I guess you should call your names, because we decided.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
And Mayor Comrie, yes. So that is carried. And we are at 3:38 p.m. Sorry. Matters arising from committee of the whole. Here's a suggested resolution that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby receives report FIN-2026-04, which is the 2026 draft consolidated operating and capital budget revisions, user fees, and next steps for information, and that council directs staff to incorporate any further changes arising from the March 4th meeting into a final budget for consideration and adoption at, are we going to say the April meeting of?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, so that would be, what's the date in April, if you don't mind?
That is April 21st, Your Worship.
21st, 2026 regular council meeting. That doesn't mean that we can't have another, I guess that we can't have another meeting in between then, or what's your feeling about that? Just so
Through you, Your Worship, we can, if necessary. In the meantime, if after this meeting, I'll have a discussion with the treasurer, and if we're able to come back with a bit more information with respect to that last conversation, we might be able to have it on the meeting on the 17th.
Thank you.
All right, well, we'll see where this goes. Okay, so we have a mover and seconder of this motion then. Oh, sorry, we don't have a mover and seconder. I can't get ahead of myself. I read the motion. Who would like to move it?
I'll move it.
Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Bray. Any further discussion? All right, I'll call the question then. All those in favor, please call your names.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Councillor Woods, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. Next is a confirmatory bylaw. Mover and seconder, please.
Hold it. I missed something. What about councillor items? I have a couple things.
I didn't think there was a councillor items.
There sure is on my agenda.
Says none.
None.
Councillor items,
Councillor
none.
items, none. It says questions from the public, but I don't think there are any members of the public other than. I mean, look,
they're not
do you
allowed.
have something? Do you have something that you wish to bring up? I mean, look, I don't want to.
Well, just a couple things, and they're quick. One is the pantry, the food pantry. You know, in our community, there are a lot of people, or there are people that use the pantry. Those people, I would put to you, don't necessarily have computers and computer programs, and are able to go on websites and look at the municipal website and whatever. They got other things on their mind. Someone made the suggestion to me, and I think it's a great idea, that we make a flyer up and we spend a couple or $300, it used to be $200, and just send a flyer out to all local people. You don't have to send it out to the seasonal people or that sort of thing, who are unlikely other than to contribute to the food pantry, but to all local people to say, here's the food pantry, here's what's happening, here's whatever, you're free to go in there, it's whatever the facts are, to keep, their identity secure and things like that, just so that people who need it, will use it and know about it, right? And so that's just a suggestion. I don't. It used to be that you could send out election material for about $200 to every local person and it was put in their mailbox, right? I don't know what that cost is now, but
It's not that much.
it's not that
Uh,
much money. I just
No.
think it's a good idea to do.
Okay, well, I am glad that you brought that up because it actually, we've had discussions in the Recreation Committee about this. And by the way, there was, the Recreation Committee had created a needs, and I call it a needs and wants survey. They call it a needs survey, but it was a questionnaire, both sides of a 8.5 fill sheet of paper, sort of asking people what kinds of recreation activities and other needs, wellness related needs and things that they might have. And the plan was that it was going to go out with this last mailing with the tax bills, and it didn't go out for reasons which I haven't determined yet. But anyway, I thought it was all set to go, but it didn't. Maybe it was too much for the envelope. I don't know. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But what the Recreation Committee discussed doing was exactly what you said, which is maybe we should at least do a mailing of the people who have mailboxes in the area and in P0A1G0, so that they could get this survey to fill out and return. It's an anonymous survey, by the way, and we're also going to print a bunch more we do have a brochure about the food pantry, and we were going to print up a bunch more of those and have them available for everybody so they could. So I think that's a great idea, and the Recreation Committee has already discussed doing what you're talking about. So thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, as long as there's a separate thing to say, here's the rules or whatever they are on the food pantry specifically. Maybe there's 2 little flyers. No, I guess you can't. But anyway, as part of the survey, whatever you do. But anyway,
yeah, no, we can easily do that with.
And thank you for indulging me on councillor items. I have one more.
Is this
so I would
talking about came out last September?
Yeah, there was one that came out.
It's outdated.
Oh, it's outdated. One came out last September. The Whitestone Food Pantry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the latest version or not, but
yeah, probably it needs to be was this mailed out to everyone?
And no, they were handed out at various activities. There were a bunch of them in the office, in the library, and at the landfill sites they had them, and different places. Yeah.
Yeah, just update it and send it out as a flyer. That'd be great. My second one and last one is I was in the office last week and I was signing checks. And I signed a check, and I'm not trying to beat up on the Recreation Committee, but it's a theme that I've always had, and that's the revenue side of recreation. So I signed a check for $1,000 to a supplier, an outside supplier of, I think it was called Mind and Body. And I asked the question the last meeting or the meeting before, and I thought you, Mr. Mayor, said, yeah, they pay a fee. So I asked again of council, and it was 10 lessons of mind and body. And people come out, and there's no fee. There's no fee attached to it, right? And I know nowhere in any city, town, or whatever, that you would get a program like this. I understand, Easter dinners and Christmas parties and walk fit and these sort of things. But why should I, as a taxpayer, have to pay for someone getting a mind and body thing? Like, even if it's $2 a time or something, if you don't have any vested interest financially in it, you just say, I'm not coming out. And I don't even know how many came out to this program. So I'm finished my rant, but I just think that's an opportunity for some revenue from the Recreation Committee. And I just don't think programs like this one should be put on for free, right? Why? I don't agree with my tax dollars going to a program like that. So, to be honest, I don't even know what mind and body was, whether it's mind and body. I don't know whether it's yoga or Tai Chi or what. I don't know what it is, but
Well, I'm thinking it is yoga, but there is a charge for yoga.
no, I asked staff specifically whether for this program there was anything, and they said no, there wasn't. It was advertised as no fee, no registration required, no fee. I've asked, nothing occurred here.
Well, I'll have
the
to
boss is
inquire
the
what
one
it
that
was
gave me
then,
the
because
answer.
I'm not sure I don't know what the,
Well, can
the-
someone come
then,
back?
then I don't think it was yoga, but then in that case, because
I don't know what it was, George.
anyway, I don't know.
what-
Sorry, can't help you. I'm
maybe,
in the darkness.
again, I'm not trying to, get on you or whatever, but I took it that programs, that there was a fee. And then I looked at this and asked Wendy, and she came back and told me it was no registration, no fee. And I just don't, and again, you could take it back, said, Joe Lamb's back at you as a recreation committee, but I firmly don't think that we should be doing this. There are lots and lots of people in our community that can afford mind and body things for 10 weeks. And if they don't, then use discretion and don't charge them, right? Like, I mean, if they're people that it's way beyond their means. But anyway, so I'm finished my rant on that.
All
right. Thank you for indulging me.
Okay, confirmatory bylaw. Mover and seconder.
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Seconded by
I'll second it. Oh.
Councillor Woods. I got.
Yeah.
All those in favor of confirming?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Mayor Comrie, yes. And that is carried. And with that, adjournment.
I'll move
Where
it.
is the business?
Oh, sorry. Read it out first.
Jumping the
Whereas
gun.
the business of this meeting is concluded, now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at, let's say, 3:51 p.m. for talk's sake. Until the regular council meeting of March 17th at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair.
I'll move it.
Councillor
I'll
Lamb.
second. I can second
by
that, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Woods. All those in favor?
Councillor Woods, yes.
Councillor Lamb, yes.
Councillor Bray, yes.
Yes. So that is carried, and thank you very much for your perseverance, folks.
Thank